Welcome, everybody, to the stream. We are so back. Well, at least I am. And I guess that means you guys are too. Hello, everyone. Back from CES. Very, very exhausted, very tired. But happy to be back here, back home, live, and hanging out with you guys. I don't know. It was a long trip. It was a long trip, but a good one. It was a good trip. Not because of CES itself, but because of the people that I got to hang out with. Pretty much. That was the best part. That's usually how it goes, though. Also, Lone Vaquero just dropped a tier 1 sub. Let's go, nerds. That you gifted a tier 1 sub to Exiled Wolf. Exiled Wolf, welcome back to the Swarm. And Sick PCs dropped a tier 1 sub. Let's go, nerds. Look at that. A whole year of support. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, that's, thank you. Thank you. It's great. Welcome back. Of course, in YouTube land, what's going on, Chris? How's it going? Welcome in. Only one to say anything so far over there, so cool. Oh, that's blocking. I can't. Because the hype train. Well, it's Jord. Welcome in. Sick PCs, Mikey. What's going on? How's it going? Lone Vaquero, of course. How are you doing? And Exiled Wolf. Glad to see y'all. Every time I take a week off of my regular streams and I do anything odd, like it takes 1 or 2 streams until everybody remembers, oh yeah, I like to hang out there. So that's all good. You know, that's how it goes. We do have, there's a lot to talk about. There is a lot to talk about tonight. So I hope y'all are down for that. Let's get audio ducking going on. What's going on, Braxton? How's it going? Hi, Bray. Looks like I had a good time. I did. And also, there was one downside to IRL streaming that I have discovered. And that is, I don't really see alerts very well. So, Braxton, thank you for 6 months of tier 3. Thank you for that support. I appreciate you, bud. Thank you very much. I missed that 3 days ago. So thank you. I guess maybe that was that during the card show? I guess maybe. I don't know. But yeah, we got to go to our first card show. I mean, we're going to talk about CES. Of course we are. But well, I should do this in the most the grandest way possible. These are gonna fall over. It's all gonna fall over. This is a tin. It's not gonna sit up there. Okay, this is wider, so this booster bundle gets to go on the bottom, and then it goes up there. No, maybe not. We got a lot of stuff. The card show was so hype. It was a lot of fun. I learned a ton. And I had a video idea, which is it's not that original of an idea. I was like, how much can you get for $500 at a card show? How much Pokemon stock can you get for that? So 3 ETBs, a booster bundle, 2 international boxes, and then a tin on top. So yeah, it's gonna be, if we turn that into a video, it's gonna be a really good one. And I mean, if you spend money as a content creator, you gotta make it into a video. Oh my god! Ah! There. That, you know what? That looks pretty good too. Now, is it easy to just drop $500 on stuff like that? No. However, I got all of this basically for the price of that and maybe this and this from a scalper. Okay? Like it actually came out pretty good compared to trying to buy this stuff in a small town. Okay? Y'all got to understand. I had to stock up. The odds of there being a big card show right the day after CES. Well, I mean, it's Vegas, so I don't know the odds, honestly. But damn. WX fan, you were mentioned in a comment. The comment was that you are awesome. How's it going? Oh, my goodness. Got a storage upgrade. Nice. That's a great 2 terabyte SSD. Telescope. Probably telescope is what you meant. Nice. Triple B, how's it going? I'm glad you enjoyed the shorts. There's still more coming out. Basically, as long as I get them posted within the last week or the week after. Oh man, y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand what CES is like for someone who basically sits in their house every day for a living, basically. Suddenly walking from morning to night and beyond every day for a week while carrying things, while trying to be entertaining, socializing, doing all kinds of stuff. I mean, even if I didn't have chronic fatigue syndrome, it would do a number on me. But yesterday I was absolutely useless, and that's something that I need. I need a day of not just recuperation, but like just, I don't know. I was dead to the world yesterday, and half of today as well. That's usually what it takes. I did manage to get some content posted, but I didn't edit that. Onware edited that. I was exhausted, and I am exhausted. I remain exhausted to this day. But there was no way I was going to miss tonight. I missed you guys, and the sooner we get back to streaming regularly, the sooner everybody can come back in and start enjoying those streams again. But yes, so I'm gonna we're gonna talk CES. Where we can talk about this. If for those who didn't see that, someone get this guy Sensu Bean, please. Sensu Bean. Who missed that? Who missed this story here? For those who didn't see the short video, either from myself or from Linus Tech Tips, because they posted a short with me in it. How about that? This was gifted to me by Linus of Linus Tech Tips himself. Right there at CES. I recognized him. He came up to me. He was like, I'm going to give this first person recognizes me. I was like, hey, Linus. He was like, oh boy, that's not how I planned for that to work out. But hey, here you go. Here you go, man. I was like, hey, I still have your shaft. He was like, oh yeah, you do. Yes. And now the circle is complete. Man, oh man, that was day one. Okay. You want to imagine that? You want to imagine how that feels on day one of that kind of event? That was awesome. That was the best way to start it that I could have imagined. I wouldn't have imagined that. Well, I mean, I do run into Linus now, and we always get to say hi, chat a tiny bit. But like, I don't have him on DMs like I do some other creators. Like Linus might be the busiest guy in the business. You know? His pace at these events, big Chihuahua energy. It's what it is. It's Chihuahua energy. He's just like, I gotta go, gotta get that. Yeah. Phil stream, gotta get some CS2 casting. New season of ESEA started this week. WX fan, I am back. So if, of course, I got that other project to finish up and send out, but if the tournament is still going on, I saw the Discord that there were some openings. I am wanting to jump in on some as well as finish. We're far from over. I'm glad I didn't miss it. We'll get some more of that done. I'm back. Put me back in, coach. Yeah. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. And for those of y'all who missed it, I did some casting of the some commentating on the Map Rando tournament, the winter tournament for the Map Rando community on the Speed Gaming Network. It was really fun. Me and WX Fan got to do that together. It was really cool. Send me a DM and let me know about the other part. Yeah, I will do that. I'm starting to get feeling back in my limbs, so I'll be able to start doing stuff like that. That'll be good. Yeah. Got to punch out, but of course I'm bouncing back. All right, you got it. Bray did it normal. What does that mean? What does that mean? I just watched a short. Amazing. Yeah. So basically, Mikey, you can watch two different perspectives on that. Now, the one that I put on Instagram, I got to put it back up because I didn't realize I was putting it up as a reel, which only lasts 24 hours. I got to put it up as a post. So people who saw it are just going to see it again. Oops. I'll put up a story saying that happened just so that people have fair warning. But I'm not letting that little story slide. Like, that story's got to be up there on my wall. Supreme Burning, what's up? Welcome. But yeah, we're back. We're doing the thing. We'll talk a little bit about CES. We'll talk a little bit about the card show and about 2026. Do some PC matchmaking. Rip some packs. So computer stuff, Pokemon stuff, all that stuff tonight. I mean, like, I wanted to, I don't know. It's funny how much a part of my life this is. Like, it's a big part of my routine. I did it with 101 degree Fahrenheit fever. You did do it with a fever. That was crazy. And you know what? You still tried to yell. You might have noticed that I tried to carry a little bit more of the conversation, but there were times where, like, I mean, I know how it is. You're kind of unstoppable, man. That's why you're good at what you do. Yeah. No. It's getting more comfortable for me, which you'll note. Like, I will do something like that, talking even when I'm a little bit out of my element. Like, that's something that I like doing, but I'm getting more comfortable with it. So I'm looking forward to it. It was a chest cold. Hey, that sucks for someone who does a lot of commentating for events, for esports and such. Tech Nerd 420, what's going on? Welcome. How are you? See, it's not recorded. This is live. I'm back to 100% though. Hell yeah, let's go. Okay. CES. Although some beg to differ, some there are, you guys, y'all got to understand. We are more on the gaming side of things, right? And myself also on the content creation side. There's so much that you can do with PCs on the creative side as well. That's where I'm at. A lot of you guys are at too. There's a lot of people who are really into this AI stuff. Like, they're into the tech, they're into the developments. They're excited about the future. I actually saw a couple of useful AI implementations, okay? I did. I know. Crazy, right? But it was so drowned out by, like, the AI robot vacuums and the AI foot massagers and the AI draft dodgers. I don't know. It's just so much. It's too much. They have to understand consumer fatigue. They are companies that serve consumers. Like, they have to understand this. Okay, corporations serve shareholders, but you get what I'm saying. Like, how much is too much? That much was too much. I'm not pointing at you. I'm pointing at, which way is Vegas? I'd say somewhere over there. Yeah. Did I fight a robot? Asked Supreme Bernie. No, I didn't. But we were all battling AI right now. All right, you got it, WX fan. I'll message you soon. And Yeah. So, what was I saying? Yeah, it's too much AI. But I did find a couple of good implementations of it. Like AMD they had sort of a tunnel you go through. It shows you a couple things. This wasn't a unique idea. Gigabyte had something very similar, yada, yada, yada. We didn't really film it because it was, guess what, 100% AI. And then they're like, okay, there's the motherboards over there and the GPUs. I'm like, cool. Anyway. The first thing in that walkthrough was sort of like a project manager for like an for like an engineering project or a lab or something like that, like their workstation. And they were showing some screens and showing how the AI assistant that they were building or that they had built could basically let the project manager do their job really well. Sort of in conjunction with assistants or anything like that. This thing basically does the mind-numbing work of going through emails and calendar appointments and meetings and scheduling and stuff and minutia of the project, but it assists. It does not replace the project manager. I was like, AMD, you got it. Good job. And the next one was like, in this AI figures out what coffee you like. I'm like, no, AMD, you had it, but you didn't have it. I know what coffee I like. It's like, I'm like, I like you know, an iced mocha or a frozen mocha kind of thing. Like, I'll like a good actual real coffee now and then, but if I want a treat, that's what I usually go for. And it was like, well, they were just like, just answer the questions and it'll show you. Hold up this thing. It'll recognize it with visual, you know, learning and this and that. I'm like, okay. I held it up. It was different options. And it's like, hey, you like a frozen chocolatey coffee? I'm like, I know. Yeah, I know. So the first part, 100%. That's what AI is supposed to be. That is exactly what it's supposed to be. It's that AI is the reason that I don't spend an hour in Photoshop making a thumbnail. I spend 5 minutes. I don't want to go through and have to you know, trace around myself to remove the background. It just recognizes that and uses the cloud. It has cloud processing to really get in there and like perfectly do it. And I'm like, cool. That's a good use of AI. Thank you, Adobe. That kind of stuff is fine. And it already exists. We don't need things to tell us what we like or how to get more headshots or whatever in a game or a little holographic waifu thing on your desk, Razer. Yeah, I'm not putting up the Razer stuff that we streamed a little bit. The reception was terrible. I think I was using the wrong server for Twitch, like location server. We were supposed to use Phoenix, but I was using like LA, I think, something like that. Razer, like, it was a swing and a miss. It was the first thing we went to. I was like, oh man, if the whole show is going to be like this, I'm just going to talk to some of my friends and put that up as videos, which if you look at the shorts, guess what? That's what happened. That is what happened. Watch the shorts. It's mostly me talking to people that are my friends or people from companies or whatever that are just cool, you know. The only thing that where it's a product that I showcased, it was like at Height I Buy Power. I did that. I did 2 shorts on that. We have a Thermaltake one coming up. Don't miss that. Thermaltake had some dope stuff there. I realized also that I say dope too much. When you edit your own stuff or when you're reviewing your own stuff and listening to yourself talk, those little idiosyncrasies that in your speech patterns, in your individual speech pattern, like that fingerprint of your speech pattern, is glaring. There's a reason I don't say, you know, every sentence like I used to a long time ago, you know? Oh, Imminent Death said, hydrate. I can do that. Mango green tea with rainbow jellies. That's hydration, right? Mike, I'm glad you like when I say dope because I do it way too much. Yeah, Vaquero, the AI desk lamp thing, which is not really their own. Well, okay, unless two different companies got the same exact idea and debuted them both at CES at the same time. There was a whole booth dedicated to this kind of tech in the convention center, the Las Vegas Convention Center, which, if you don't know, CES is typically there's three aspects of CES, okay? The Venetian, basically the Venetian Ballrooms and Expo. I guess that's two on its own, but we'll lump it together because I'm basically dividing this up by where I have to Uber to or get a shuttle to, okay? Because that's the big problem with trying to keep with appointments, is getting around Vegas. Good Lord. So the Expo at the Venetian is a big expo floor, 2 levels. It's massive, and you get a lot of like the things that you would see at, like, I don't know, you go to TwitchCon, you see those kind of booths, that kind of thing, but like bigger, trade expo kind of thing, okay? TwitchCon is not a trade expo, but you know what I mean. And then there's the ballrooms at the Venetian, where that's where most of the companies that we're concerned about or we're interested in are. Your Gigabyte, MSI, Asus, all that stuff. We do have more from Asus other than just the interview with Dr. Ian Cutress, which not as many people have watched that, but it's extremely interesting and not just a little bit alarming. Like, you got to watch that one. Let's just say the word reunification comes up, okay? And if you know, you know. MySpace Head, what's going on? Welcome. How's it going? And then the other major aspect of CES is going to be, I said, there. You see this? I say too much also. Is the Las Vegas Convention Center, which has different like sections to it, like south and then it's like west and all these different parts. Oh no, just a couple really, but it's huge, like huge. So this company that I was talking about, we'll talk about the third aspect in a second. They had their booth at the convention center. Razer was at the Venetian ballrooms, okay? And they had just a little canister thing with a little hologram in there, and you could have your AI waifu dancing around or just telling you suck at video games or whatever. Razer made it a desk lamp by putting Razer RGB in it. So, yeah, that's what that is. Anyhow, the third aspect of CES is usually either the best or the worst aspect, depending on how good you are at scheduling stuff. I'm not that good, I should say. But it's all the companies that do not want to pay the exorbitant amount that CES wants to be for you to be in the show, in one of the ballrooms, or in the Venetian Expo, or in the Las Vegas Convention Center. They just get a giant suite at like the MGM or like at just one of the different hotel, casino, resort places. So I usually set aside an entire day to go bouncing from one place to another. All right, like now we got to go over to like the Wynn because these guys are over there. Now we got to go over to MGM Grand because Bits Power's over there, but we like seeing Bits Power, so that's fine. Just all these different like. So that's the third aspect. And it's a bit annoying because if you're just walking around the Venetian ballrooms, you'll just be like, MSI is there. I forgot to reach out to them. Let me just go schedule something. If you don't reach out to like Fractal or InWin, or they don't reach out. InWin reached out to me, thankfully, this time. So we do have a little InWin short coming through. They didn't have a ton there, but their sort of special edition case with chassis was like really cool. They have one every year. Anyways, just all those different Cooler Master, those companies. If you don't have an invite or you don't reach out to them for one, you just never know they're there until you're watching someone else's content on it. And that's frustrating. Like, I don't know. For real, my biggest regret... Oh, there's an ad in progress. But my biggest regret from this CES is that I didn't know until Monday night, which is to say the night before day one. I was at an SI gathering because they have that every year now. Mikey, if you ever go to CES, you got to tell me so I can, they'll probably reach out to you, but anyways, but no, I would let you know about it either way. And I ran into, Zach and Kyle from Meta PCs there. And I was like, oh, what's up, guys? They're like, hey, yo, how's it going, Bray? And they were like, yeah, we got a suite here. I was like, what? Huh? Like, yeah, we brought some cool builds that we did and this and that. We're going to do some content. I was like, and they were like, we want you to come by. We want to do a collab. I was like, let's go. Let's do that. Well, they ended up, like, we sort of had because Zach is super busy, but he wanted to do a collab. And I was like, yeah, I'll wait for whenever you're free. Well, around the time he was free, they actually had to change plans and break down early. And I was like, they're like, we're really sorry. Come, like, seriously? You're welcome in Phoenix. Come to the shop. Let's do something. I'm like, okay. But I've seen some of the stuff they did as collabs, and I'm so sad that I couldn't do one at CES with my buddy Zach or my buddy Kyle or both. Zach is the content guy. He drives that whole thing. And man, they built something insane. See, Meta PCs understood something that I've had to tell other system integrator companies. And this is how that went. Hey, Bray, how do we grow? Like, how do we get more in the content? What do you think? I mean, you built a YouTube channel. What do you think? I was like, just make a lot of good content. And they're like, oh, make a lot of content. Got it. I'm like, no. Come here. You missed the most important part. It has to be good in one way or another, whether it's informative or funny. Like, actually somewhat well-produced or casual, however you're going to do it. Zach makes it casual, but it's still well-produced. And Meta PCs goes, like, really well-produced and funny, but also informative. Like, you find your own angle. Do something. And they're just like, yeah, make just a bunch of stuff, put out there. Got it. I'm like, I guess you should just have good Black Friday sales or something. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Phoenix is the surface of the sun. Rurutu, I am from Texas. It's parts of Texas are like Phoenix. Well, not as hot, obviously, but it's way more humid, so your sweat cannot evaporate. It is a different kind of misery. I've been to Phoenix before. It's just a different flavor of misery. That's what that is. I love Meta's content. Always makes me. I'll be the first to know if you're going to CES. I would hope so. And honestly, it's not a bad idea. Not as you don't have to go like as a like you have a booth or something. Like most SIs don't do that. Even iBuyPower, the largest SI in North America, right? I keep saying that, but because it's true, they have a pretty small space there. Yeah. You can see it in the shorts that I put up of it. It's not a big space at all. But no, going there to have meetings and meet with manufacturers, with vendors, with even marketing reps, because you'll notice something. There's certain times where you can get seeded some hardware because they want to push it, and they'll go to SIs to do that, which that seeded hardware can then go to review systems that doesn't come out of your pocket. Okay. That is actually how I started with Skytech, because they were like, hey, this is costing Intel money, not us. I'm like, okay, cool. They're like, yeah, keep it, do whatever you want. I'm like, okay, cool. Anyways. So that kind of thing can be set up there because I'll tell you something. You can send 1 million emails and it won't even come close to the efficacy of a single handshake. That's just how that works. So a plane ticket and an Airbnb in Vegas and you're good to go. Like it can make a huge difference. You have a company, so I don't know I guess you got to buy tickets. For media, we don't buy our tickets. We go for free. Well, we don't go for free. I'll tell you that. I paid out of pocket for this one. I was not sponsored by anyone for this. Oh. DF Starfield, how's it going? Thank you for the lurk. Think we can go next year? Hell yeah. I would say this. Next year is going to be an important one because that's when, unless 95% of the predictions are wrong, we're going to be in the worst of it by next CES. Like the worst, where it's just, you just can't get memory. This ain't nowhere. It's nowhere. You just cannot find it. Question for CES. All these pre-built companies, who do they show their PC to? Walmart, Amazon, Sam's Club? Well, not really. They show it mostly like if you're talking about like there's not a lot of system integrators that go there. It's mostly the hardware manufacturers. Now, it is a newer thing that you'll find that like Main Gear is there or whatever. Meta PCs wanted to show up. They made it a content thing, and I thought that was the right thing to do. They bought a van. They put free RAM on the side. It was funny. Watch the whole Meta PCs thing, and you'll kind of get it for them. Like they did content, but if you look at something like because who shows up to CES? Tech content creators. That's who they're talking to if you're a computer company. But also, while you're there showing your stuff to the content creators and they put content out about your stuff, you're having meetings with Zotac and PNY and Kingston and all those companies to solidify things for the upcoming year. CES is perfectly positioned for that in Q1. So, wait, no, when does Q1 start? Man, I'm so weird on the quarters. Whatever, I don't know. I'm not Mr. Businessman. I wear a hoodie every day. All right? In Texas. Not the smartest guy you're looking at here. Now, you will have actually Ruutu. There are companies like Amazon there. There's companies like, I don't know about Walmart, but Amazon has a huge, huge thing that they put up there. I've never gone in there one time, and I don't care to. But like, you know, like AMD and Intel are there. NVIDIA reps are there. PC companies want to meet with those guys as frequently as they can in person because it just makes for better meetings than Zoom. That will always be the case. Sorry, Metaverse. They're more like a buyer, and it's a lot of it is B2B. A lot of it is it's mostly B2B. It's an industry event only. Yeah, pretty much. Also, I bought 15 games. Wow. $102, 15 games, not bad at all. Man, okay, I got the list here. I don't know what D:BH is. Am I supposed? I know when you tell me, I'll be like, oh, okay. Is that something like Brotherhood or Doomsday? Bill's House, Batman Arkham Collection, Golf with Your Friends, Halo, TMCC, Detroit Become Human. Okay, got it. That one was free, I think, before the new year on the Epic Game Store. But I mean, if it's cheap, it's cheap. They made a movie about The Room. Interesting. Oh, hi, Mark. RDR2, Half-Life Alyx, Dead by Daylight, The Hunter Call of the Wild, It Takes Two, and A Way Out. Nice. Did you open all your Pokemon cards? No, humanity. Those are supposed to last me for a long time. I would love to. We're going to talk about the card show here in a sec. What's up, TJ Sparks? How's it going? Welcome. I do have to apologize to the YouTube viewers. I'm sorry. I just could not get the app that I use to work with it. See, YouTube is a butt when it comes to streaming. It's just a big old butt. That's what it is. Sorry. They want you to do it through an interface where you can upload a thumbnail and yada, 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 and then go live through that. But the YouTube app that you can go live through, first off, I never used it to go live. So they made me wait 24 hours when I tried to do it on Tuesday. I'm like, screw you then. Hi, Twitch. Anyway, the other thing is their YouTube app does not allow you to use a third-party camera like the Osmo Pocket 3, which is what my whole setup revolved around because it's just smoother. It's better. It's great. Lighter weight. I mean, all that. Anyway, so I just streamed on Twitch the whole time I was there, and I'm sorry about that. I really am, because those streams would have lived on, well, I guess considering a lot of them were scuffed, that's maybe for the best. But I should be getting an actual IRL streaming setup before Computex. And for less than what it would be otherwise. Way less. Like 1/5 of the price of just buying the system online. Because I'm buying it from somebody who used it and doesn't need it anymore. Tech Nerd, I tried watching Twitch a few times, but it didn't seem to be working. Yeah, so apparently also, if particularly for those trying to watch on mobile, Twitch was also being a butt last week. So that sucks. But when I did, it's funny because the best stream apparently was the card show. Paradox used something called Unlimited IRL to stream the event. See, Unlimited IRL is the sort of retail version of what I'm going to be getting. It's like $2,500 or to $3,000. $2,500 to $3,000 plus a subscription thing for the data. And what I'm going to be doing is going to be like $500. That's what I hear. I need to talk to the person I might be getting that from is Stints, Jeff of Stints Built. Jeff Stinson, whatever, you know, the guy. He was in one of the shorts that I did. Yeah, he was just like, yeah, I got an IRL streaming setup I don't use. And it was like built for me and really cheaply, and it works really well. And you can add even more modems if you want to. I'm like, yes, please. So yeah, Stints is super cool. Do you see any of the Lego booth? I did not. Paradox, yeah, that's right. Okay. But yeah, humanity, we have to take the Pokemon cards we got, which again, it's a lot of it. We got to take this and make it last. Because if I tried to buy this on like eBay, this would be like $800, $900, maybe more. I don't know. No, not necessarily. If you know where to shop and you're careful, you can get it for a lot less. But instead, I just got it in person from card vendors, supporting those small businesses. It was good. It was good. But there's some interesting stuff in here. I actually should keep the list up in case anybody fills it out, because there are people who will fill out the form and then not say a single word. And that is what we call a pet peeve of mine. You got to say something. Oh, session expired. Of course, I hadn't logged into this for a little while. 1 second. The last person who filled out the form was Destroyer 101K on the 30th. Wow. But yeah, I was gone for a while, so that makes sense. Base Station, what's up? Hey, I want to give you an update. I picked up a 5070 Ti. I wanted a white one, but prices were too close to a 5080. That's fair. Yeah. Right now, you buy what you can get, and we are thankful for what we can get. I'll tell you, Base Station, there are some fairly simple ways to customize a GPU if you're just like, I'm keeping this thing forever. There's guides for it online. Like if you don't want to paint it, you could vinyl wrap it. You can do all kinds of different things, especially something like the backplate. If it has one, pretty easy to vinyl wrap. It's mostly a flat surface. You just have to use a high temperature vinyl wrap so you make sure it's not going to. There are also permanent and semi-permanent. You might want to go semi-permanent. There's different options out there. Just take a look, and I'm sure you'll be able to find some good options for that you're comfortable doing. Always pet your peeves or you get angry. Good advice. Dollar General has Pokemon cards. All you got to do is go in and change every store to check every store to see what they got. We'll have to see. I don't know. Like, that's the thing is getting products at MSRP is becoming easier. Doesn't mean it's easy. So Asus Tough Best Buy had on sale. Nice. Very nice. It was less than $750. What do you think? Well, oh, it would be higher than $750 for the Tough, so that maybe it's closer to MSRP. Yeah. What do you think of all the new custom cards? Look like Nvidia's loosening a chain a bit on the AIBs. I mean, kind of. If you think about things like honestly, they were already pretty wild. If you look at like the Astral, right? That's basically what you're looking at. I mean, it was already a thing. I mean, you look at something like Asus doing the BTF connector. That's pretty, like, that's a new power connector. How strict is Nvidia usually about their 12V 2x6 connector? Like, good Lord. So yeah. And the dual 16 pins on the Lightning. Right. Which is perfect. Like, we want that. What's up, Dodger Dog? How's it going? And all my PC setup is about from. Nice, Paqueta. Very cool. Very cool. That's how you do it. You do it over time. No, it was $850. Said MSRP was $999. Hey, $150 off of that. Ain't bad at all. Pretty soon, base station, you just won't be able to buy GPUs. We've been there. It sucks, and we're headed straight back there. Which also sucks. So, yeah. Okay. Well, I would say perhaps... One second. Hold on. Okay, I would say perhaps that's enough about CES for now. It's going to come up again. You better believe it. It's one of the two biggest tech shows of the year. But let's talk about the card show. So, I actually showed up different than I was at CES because for most of CES, I had my buddy Manny with me, or Sega, as he goes by as a content creator. And he says, I'm a former content creator. I'm like, you're a returning content creator. All right. I just need y'all to be ready to hit that subscribe button when I finally bully him enough to start his channel on peripherals and such, because he knows more about that than most people I know. And I know a lot of tech YouTubers. Okay. He's just really sharp with that stuff because of him following and previously participating in esports and stuff like that. Anyways. But for the card show, he wanted to stay, but he's got a little kid, he's got a couple of babies at home. He wanted to go home to his wife and his babies. So I was like, hey, I guess that's fine. He was like, all right. Yeah. PC's best, been amazing 5 months. Absolutely. It is the best, which is why I hope things don't get as bad as we all think they are. They already are kind of pretty bad, but hopefully at least availability stays okay. Charizard EX Premium Collection and Mega Kangaskhan EX box. I'd like to blame you. You would like to. You can, I suppose, but... What's up, Zeno? How's it going? Welcome. So we already talked about CES. Yeah, let's talk about the card show. Right. So Manny wasn't with me. My setup was different. So I actually had... Where'd I put it? I still got stuff all over the place, okay? I actually had this. One of these. And I had the Osmo Pocket 3 right there. And then I had this, which is a cage for a Galaxy S23 Ultra. So you just boop, slide it right in, and you have all these points of connection there. Quarter 20, all that. Cold shoes, everything. And I had my phone right there. On my backpack. I had a thing on my backpack to connect it to, and it was right there, so I could kind of read chat. It was pretty small, but and too close to my face, but hey, there it was. I could also monitor how everything was looking, and on my camera right there, and all of it connected to a hub, which went to a battery in my backpack, and it was actually pretty lightweight and really nice. And I got so many compliments on that setup. It was so cool, and people love the fact that it didn't matter if I had 15 or 1,500 people in the stream. Nobody cared. They just liked the fact that I was streaming. It was really cool. We mostly had 15 or so people. So yeah, that was like half of the card show. I was walking around like that, and it was really cool. But of course, you couldn't really see me like that. And I know that's why you guys are here. Look at all this, right? All of that, right? Okay. Anyways. So I then switched to having the monopod setup, which is basically it's the Osmo Pocket 3 facing away or facing me. It is a gimbal. It's on a gimbal. And then the phone hooked up to the monopod, like right there. And then a battery hooked up right there. And the monopod, I can carry it or I can extend it and set it down, which is helpful when I'm trying to like pay for stuff or carry stuff around or whatever. And then the backpack, of course, to put things in. It was really cool. People really liked the setup. And I got a lot of questions, and I got to chat with a lot of people. I recorded way too much footage, but the whole idea was a video centered around for the potential Pokemon channel, which will be taking over the name Brayathorn. The Twitch channel might stay the same, by the way, but the YouTube channel will probably be switching to PC Gateway as the name of the channel. Okay. But yeah, for that, so the name Braithorn is probably going to be on the Pokemon channel that we might be making. I have a lot of potential content for it. That's what all these cards are for, is for ripping between helping people out and all that. And so yeah, the idea was how much stock in Pokemon cards can I get for $500 at a card show? It should be pretty fun. Like, I talked to a lot of people, did a lot of stuff. We had this mystery bag that I opened while we were there. And I have a sad story for you guys that I'll share in a minute. Dodgers, heat spec went to 78C. 78C is not much, Dodger. Like, 78's fine. But if you're downloading something, you have to remember, it's not just network. Like, it's not just your network card and your router doing work. Your CPU has to take all that data and look at that data and stuff and do stuff with it, okay? Here, go to memory there. All right, cool. Memory, or you go to storage. You go to storage, you can hang out there. Cool, you're in storage. Okay, now we're opening that. Okay, now we're processing that. Yeah, it's fine. You start thermal throttling from downloading something, you might have an issue. Is Manny based in Las Vegas? No. Manny's based out of Washington State right now. Got some new toys for my setup. Nice. Glad to hear it. Kind of feel like it was more the browser causing it than Windows Update. I could just be dumb. No. I mean, it's multiple things. I mean, right? All happening at once. To compute spike to an update. All those temps don't sound too bad, though. I have no frame of reference for Celsius. Well, Vaquero, if you're looking at AMD, 95 Celsius is thermal throttling temperature. And for Intel, current Intel, it's 100 degrees Celsius. And both are, I mean, like, if you're looking at the latest 9000 series Ryzen and Core Ultra 200S, they're both designed to not thermal throttle like all the time, like 13th and 14th gen Intel were and 7000 series Ryzen was. They both were designed to do that, and it sucks. It sucked because we lost our frame of reference as reviewers. But yeah, you're well under your thermal throttling level. CB says, thank you for the coverage of CES. Much appreciated. Of course. Absolutely. Building first PC during COVID, it was rough. You're just picking the best times to do this, aren't you? CPU coolers and PSUs are also going up in price. They're projected to. And for CPU coolers, it has to be just raw materials. PSUs, there are, you got integrated circuits in there and stuff. Could be the capacitors. It could be any number of things. For FGN, what's going on? Got a 5070 now, and my RAM is failing. Go figure. Okay, that's... What do you mean failing? What do we mean by failing? For some reason, you're not popping into my feed. I didn't stream on YouTube for the last week. I was at CES. I was only streaming on Twitch. And if you're ever wondering what's going on with me, you could always check the announcements channel on the Discord. And sometimes on Twitter. I used to be much more consistent about posting on Twitter. I'm not anymore. Nice, 8kg. I've never had 8kg cans, so I don't know. Did we open any packs from the Pokemon convention already? Not yet. Rurutu has a good point. FGN, Force Gaming Network, there could be a warranty on the RAM that you could cash in on, but you do have to have RAM for your PC to work, so there is that. MK Loomis, welcome. You seen GPU prices? The ARC B580 and 9060 XT are both $400 Sag. Yeah, that's what's happening. I've been talking about it for months, since October-ish? October, early November as well. Yeah. It's funny because people will ask me if I've seen something that I've been talking about for 3 months. But no, yeah. I mean, that's the thing is that's why I put those videos out. I'm finally about to post the one that I made for mid-December. There were so many developments, one after another. I was like, well, let me wait. Okay, now this happened. I need to record another thing. And then the next day, something else would happen. Whoa, NVIDIA cutting GPU production by 40% in 2026. Oh, NVIDIA and GeForce Now, 100-hour limit, and just things like that. Way too much stuff was happening, and then the holidays, and then CES. So basically, I recorded something at CES, walking around saying, hey, I'm at CES. This was recorded mid-December, but the point still stands, because the whole point of the video is if you find something you can buy now and you take a little bit to make sure it's the right thing, do not wait. Do not be like, I'm going to wait a couple weeks. In a couple weeks, it will be gone or more expensive. Like, we're in that last moment before true scarcity hits, and we cannot predict whether it will be the next 6 days, 6 weeks, or 3 months when the true scarcity really comes in. And if you weren't into PCs in 2021 or trying to get into PCs in 2021, you do not understand true scarcity in PC hardware. And there have been shortages before, okay? Dating back to like the 80s, okay? With varying levels of like how long it lasts, how dire it is, but it's always bad. And we at the end of the supply chain are always the ones who suffer the most. Though people do lose their businesses, things that are literally their dream jobs, their businesses that they've built for years, and they're just gone because of things like that. And because of the fragility, the sheer fragility of our supply chain, that no matter how many shortages we experience due to one domino falling or another, we just don't fix the global supply chain. Like, please. UPS, always good to have. 2026, aliens are coming to take our RAM. Very useful information. Thank you, Rutu. I said it before, say it again. I got super lucky with timing. Yep. I mean, anyone who bought it before like August, September, or actually the collab PC was like the last hurrah for really a really good deal, because TJ had ordered that RAM before in anticipation. Like, it's bad, y'all. Rip the AM4 X3D chips. I mean, I guess so. They were already scarce. Like, AM4 has been, I mean, it's 2.5 years out. You know? I was lucky to be able to buy 6400. Yeah. I mean, that's the story for anyone who bought just a couple months ago. Well, it still works. B-Sods every now and then. It was a Corsair kit. I have it scotch taped at the moment. Scotch taped? Okay. That clamshell you're talking about, FGN, that's just a heat sink. That's just a heat spreader. That's not the RAM. That's just a piece of metal that is adhered, and then, of course, some RGB and whatnot. But it's just adhered to it with, with thermal pads or something like that, thermal adhesive, and it or it's screwed onto it. Either way, it's just for thermals, and like your RAM can work without it. You look at server memory; it doesn't have heat spreaders on it. Worst part is this affects all industries in tech anyway. No, FGN, the RAM shortage affects all industries, right? Cars affected, like restaurant POS systems affected. So restaurants affected. Their POS systems are now 4 or 5 times more expensive to either purchase or repair. Do you work in the medical industry? Guess what all that hardware uses, because you got to have medical records and digital things and like PCs to control your CAT scans and all that. Every industry is affected by this. Your phone has RAM in it. Like, I know that's a tech industry. I know that. But guess what? Every industry, like a lot of things, use phones and apps and things like that for internal applications and all that kind of stuff. It's crazy how deep this goes. And I told you guys a while back, and I said this in the video that's going to be posted shortly, probably tomorrow, that it's going to be worse. It's going to be worse because if we're comparing it to the GPU shortages of 2021 and around that time, 2020, 2021, all those businesses didn't need GPUs. You look at an office computer, it runs off of integrated graphics. They could all buy whatever they wanted. They weren't affecting the gaming industry. But every single device that has some kind of operating system or even something like even something like a Raspberry Pi. They use memory. They use RAM. Every single thing. Cars, infotainment systems use RAM. Phones, RAM, all of that. Everything is affected. No one is safe. This should be illegal, man. I mean, we should have regulations. Oh, that's right. We did. We don't anymore. Because the people who are making all the money off of this put a bunch of money into it. They knew who to buy out, who was for sale, you see. Who would do anything you want with a couple $1 million and a compliment. And they'll do anything you want. They belong to you. So, bought and sold. We all have been bought and sold. All on just a few billionaires' egos. Isn't that nice? Isn't that great? Yeah, GPUs are getting hard to get. I have 5090 RMA store. Aorus Master Ice 5090 started crashing after a month of use. Gigabytes RMA process took about 2 weeks. They replaced the card. That was my first time dealing with them for an RMA. Advanced RMA would have been better, obviously, but for a standard RMA, it was a good experience. Nice, Mikey. That's good to hear. The only company I've ever heard that was cross-shipping flagship GPUs was EVGA when the 3090s were dying because of, what was the game? Was it New World or some game like that? They're not hard to get. They're hard to get at MSRP. Standard scalping operation. Well, the thing is, if you can't afford it, they couldn't get any harder to get, right? Like if you're trying to buy whatever your regular allocation would be. Berthan, what's your PC setup? Which one? I've got multiple. Like that one you see back there, that's not what this is running on. This is running on my streaming PC. That's the truth. Is real fear for small business owners. We made it during COVID, but with all the prices going up, I'm taking a hard, long look at whether I can keep going or not, as all parts are. Tech nerd, the thing to do, and I'm telling smaller SIs this, diversify and do it now. I'm saying, like what I was saying at the SI meetup that we had right before day one of CES, I was telling the smaller SIs, I was like, there are there are peripheral companies here. There are monitors here that you could look at here. Like, build a storefront, get revenue. However, you got to get revenue. Well, you got to weather this. Like keyboards and mice. The thing is, if people aren't able to upgrade their PC, they can upgrade their setup. Yeah. Get some of the things that are less affected by this and just try to get a slice of that. And if you want to go the route of like, I want to build custom keyboards for people, cool. That's more money, but lower volume. But yeah, whatever you want to do, I don't care. Don't get to where you have to shut your doors. Mikey, did I not say EVGA? Yeah, it was EVGA. Nice, Zeno. Very cool. You see, this was me. I tried to stop talking about CES to talk about the card show, and y'all pulled me right back into tech. But that's okay, because this is not. I don't have a schedule or a docket for the stream. Talk about whatever we want to talk about. Amazon's New World. That's right. It was because of like the loading screen having like 2,000 FPS and just like blowing up 3090s. You know how much I paid to see CEO Micron just to punch him square in the face? Sorry, this just pissed me off. Storage is just also outrageous now. I actually found I need to replace my primary drive in that system because when I got back, it was not booting. So I basically need to copy image over onto a new drive, put it in there. I have a Gen 4 drive, but I was like, let me see if I can hunt down a deal on a Gen 5 drive, because the one I have in there is Gen 4. And I found at Best Buy, if you look at the Samsung 9100 Pro, 2 terabyte, if you look on Amazon, it's like $470. On Best Buy, they had it for like $50, what it used to be, which it used to be like $270, something like that. Or it was like lower than that, but it was like $320. But you had to look for the one with the heatsink on it. The one without it was like $100 more because people want to buy that one. It's like, no, just get the screwdriver, take off the heatsink. It's the same thing, but you get extra for less. What are you doing? So I ordered one of those. 2 terabyte Gen 5. It is hard after I just had to pay for CES and this, but that has to work. That's the reason that I haven't gotten that video out yet. My main editing PC is working now, but it wasn't for like a whole day. I had to basically get into safe mode, roll back and update just to make sure that wasn't the cause. But it was like having problems finding the boot drive. But you know, if you've ever troubleshot computers, you just know it's like, I don't care. I did things. It started working. Okay, there. Might look to upgrade on a new laptop soon and sell the old one, and I need 16 gigs of RAM. It says Nintendo 93. Cool. Hi. Welcome. Well, we haven't seen you for a while. True. Braithorn, rate my PC build. That looks fine. I don't know what you're doing with it, so I don't know what the rating would be, though. I don't know if you bought the right parts for what you're doing. Like, oh, just gaming at 1080p. Cool. That's good. You got the right PC. Oh, 4K AAA titles. No, not the right PC. Not the right parts. They're stupid fast. You'll love it. I mean, I've installed it. I've installed one in a PC before and installed Windows, but you know, I haven't had one for myself. 4 gig RAM is so slow now. RAM is not that doesn't affect speed. Nintendo. It affects how much you can do at once. I mean, the RAM speed can affect how fast it is, but how much RAM you have, the capacity, doesn't affect speed. It affects how much you can do at one time, how many Chrome tabs you can have open, stuff like that. I haven't talked about this yet, by the way, but I will. Can I talk about Pokemon now for just a little bit, please? I would love to. Gaming at 1440p. You didn't... Unless it's like a specific title that uses CPU at 1440p, because most titles don't really need much CPU at 1440p or 4K. The X3D is not really necessary there. You could have saved a little bit of money and maybe bumped up the GPU a bit to a different model, something that's a little higher end. But yeah, like if it's Call of Duty specifically or Rust, I think those two do it. And then like real-time strategy games, certain games, Microsoft Flight Simulator, still need a good CPU at higher resolutions. But when you go to higher resolution than 1080p, when you go to 1440p and 4K, it's more GPU than anything else. So it's out of balance in that you could have gone with a 5600X and a, I don't know, B580. If you go a step up from there, save $100 or whatever. I mean, I guess you could have gone with like a 5060 or 5060 Ti 8 gig, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's fine, though. If it works for you, then your rating is the only one that matters. I don't really do PC rating, though. What's up, Peckish? How's it going? If I didn't already say hi. Super Battlefield 6 uses so much CPU. Okay, cool. I didn't know that because it's a newer game. We'll add Battlefield 6 to that list. So you're going to hear me repeat that a lot of times. Thank you. Microsoft Flight Simulator is peak. I don't play Sims much, but flight sims or anything like that much. But I heard it's really good. Yeah. But what's up, Tech Grant? If I didn't, I'm sorry. I didn't say hi earlier. Hope you're doing well. I already spent quite a while talking about CES. I'm going to be moving on to. There was a card show the day after CES. And I'm trying to add Pokemon or have a Pokemon content centric channel on the side through this fun year we've got ahead of us for tech content, right? Just to potentially open up a new revenue stream there. Although anytime you're doing something like that, there is a cost involved at first, but you just have to do it wisely, which the card show actually turned out to be pretty good for that. Got some pretty good deals. But anyways. I got the X3D to upgrade. The X3D got it to upgrade my old 3600. Cool. Well, I mean, if it's first-person shooter titles, those usually can be a little bit more dependent. Like anything really high frame rate that's easier to run, that means more frames. That means more CPU, right? Once you get to AAA titles, it's less CPU. That's usually a pretty solid way to look at it. Can I play games on a MateBook? I mean, if you play cloud gaming, if you do like GeForce Now, just keep it under 100 hours a month, or they will slap you on the wrist. No, I don't know. There's a stop it. Shadow gaming PC, sure. I don't know really what a MateBook is. I don't follow that. But yeah, you just do cloud gaming, Shadow gaming PC or GeForce Now or whatever. Yeah. I guess Xbox Games Pass is the same thing, or does it install locally, guys? I don't know. I've never used it. I think 2026 would be a good year to upgrade everything outside the PC tower. That's what I was telling Pro Gamers Group. I'm going to do more content, setup content, stuff like that. The thing is, my regular pre-built content might be more important than ever. And I have to remember that. It's cloud? Okay, cool. Xbox Game Pass. There you go, another option. Although they're raising their prices, of course, because they know they can. And what are we going to do? $3D chips are amazing. They are. Yeah, they are. The thing is, FGN, when someone tells me to rate their build, I'm not just going to be like, 8 out of 10 or whatever. I'm actually going to analyze it. That's why I say, what are you doing with it? Or like I actually ask questions, because I don't want to, otherwise it's kind of waste of time, right? We had a good time at CES, and I'm going to lurk mode while I work. Yeah, you got it. Absolutely. There is more. There's more content. We basically only put up content for day 1 and 2 so far. We still have day 3 to put up. And a little bit from day 4, but not really. I didn't get much content on day 4. I was already tired, and I'd already kind of covered what I wanted to cover. Yeah, pre-builds are going to be the way. Just ask Scattervolt. Ha, ha, ha! Did you see his face? Did you see it? Ha! Ha, ha, ha! Got he! It was awesome. Okay, look, okay. If you haven't seen it, we're watching this together. By the way, this is my bro. Mark is a bro, okay? He's a friend of mine. This is someone who, at my first CES, he's a way bigger content creator than me on YouTube. He's pretty big on there, like in terms of like he's whatever. He walked up to me at my first CES 4 years ago and was like, "Praythorn, I like your content. I know your stuff. I like how you cover pre-builds. No one does that." I'm like, "Hi, Scattervolt. Okay, that was cool." But we've had this back and forth about pre-builds for a while. He knows my stance on it. He knows what's up. So let me go to my channel real quick, and we'll watch this together. You have to watch his face, though. Just you see the change happen in his expression as he understands where I'm getting at here. Okay, but yeah, look, we're cranking out content here. We're absolutely doing it. Like, look, this was last Computex 1, 2, 3, and then a full, like a long form video. That took almost a whole day to make, though, but that was the main sponsored thing that I had to do there. This is this CES. And what am I doing? I am not yammering about AI. I am talking to people that you should listen to or hear from. This was just Linus giving me this. That was not like an interview thing. It was just that was Linus doing a thing. But no, this right here.
What do you think is going to probably be the most consistent way to get a system with RAM in it? You heard it here first. He said it. Got Scattervolt here. I was hoping to run into you, dude. How's it going? So you're I see you're here with AMD.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
Anytime anyone asks if I'm an Intel shill, I'll show them this.
Okay, there you go. How about we're just everything shills? We're just everything.
No comment.
All at once.
Hey, if they pay out, we'll be here.
Just spend your money. So what else you got going on for CES, dude?
Hey, well, we're gonna see if we can get into that Lenovo keynote happening later today at the Sphere. Only because we want to go to the Sphere for free, right?
Oh, that's pretty dope. I've never been to the Sphere, honestly.
All right.
I don't want to pay the 180 for like a concert or something like that.
So what is Lenovo dropping something crazy?
I don't know, but Gwen Stefani's gonna be there.
What? I have to wonder, why doesn't NVIDIA do keynotes at the Sphere? It's running on like a billion NVIDIA GPUs.
That's a question for Jensen.
Okay, where's that? Do you remember the GPU shortages?
Right here.
From 2021, 2022, yes.
What was the most consistent way to get a PC with a GPU in it?
Watch his face.
Just curious.
You want me to say the P word?
Yeah. You said it. I've been there.
You
said
want me to say the P word?
Okay, some PBs, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so RAM shortages, like what?
Right.
It feels so familiar right now. What do you think is going to probably be the most consistent way to get a system with RAM in it?
A pre-built PC.
You heard it here first. He said it. I didn't say it. All right, man. Thank you.
All right, Raythor, thanks.
So one of the comments in this was the price of pre-built will go up eventually. Notice, I didn't say price. I said I was talking about availability. Those are two things that can be related, but if there's no availability, it doesn't matter what the price would be. You cannot buy it. So my question to Mark was, what's going to be the most consistent way, potentially, to get a PC with RAM in it is exactly what I said. And that's what I replied to them. I was talking about, you need to be able to get RAM. If you just, otherwise, no computer. So, yeah, I just want to share that with y'all. If you hadn't seen it, seriously, Onware and I are putting so much work into the shorts. Onware more than myself, honestly, into these shorts. And Roby was hilarious. Some amazing insight from Jeff Stinson from Stints Built, okay? Really amazing insight that gave hope because of the whole Micron thing. Well, Micron doesn't do much above 6,000 megatransfers per second, or they do under 6,000 for a lot of the for the chips that they make. And if you're looking at 6,000 CL30 or 6,400 CL32, that's SK Hynix. So there's hope there. And they should be upping their production in 2026, which we won't feel the effects of until 2027. If they really ramp it up, we might be good in 2027. So it could be just one rough year. We'll see. But yeah. Anyways, I loved my discussion with John and Ellie. This one was more centered around AI. They're Liquid House, of course. You heard the one with Scattervolt already. This prototype, the Z90, is insane. Look at this. You need to hear the story of this if you haven't already. I have it on my Instagram and I have it on YouTube as well. Every one of these is actually the little conversations I had. Well, this is really just boiling down a longer conversation, obviously. I think it might be cool to just take all of them because we did film them in landscape, by the way. Which you can tell by the blurred out bars here and on the top. That's just a zoomed in thing that Onward blurred out to make it look consistent because the motion is there and everything. I could put all of these into a long form video and I might want to do that. But this one with Ian, Dr. Ian Cutress, okay? Or Tech Potato as his channel is. I mean, he was from Ars Technica. He is dialed in. He's a consultant for massive companies when it comes to silicon, okay? When it comes to the entire industry. And he brought up we might find ourselves in a situation where there are no new chips for 10 years. And it's all up to China, apparently. And whether they're dead set on reunification and how that would play out. They do that. TSMC is pulling the plug and permanently. They don't want China to have that, the fabs. That would be catastrophic to the global economy and to the industry we'd be set back. It'd be at a standstill for 10 years. According to Ian, the ripple effect would last that long. Of course, Roby, always awesome to talk to. The whole DIY denial thing, he was like, oh, it's the best time ever to build a PC. Go DIY, yada, yada. And then he flips around and he's like, actually, no, yeah, pre-builts are going to be a great way to go. He already knew what I was getting at, but also my talk with Jeff was great. These are just some really cool PC builds that were at the iBuyPower booth. This is the one from Liquid House. The one that is not pictured here, but I use as a thumbnail on Instagram, is for those who like K-pop Demon Hunters. It's the Derpy build from Archetype Origin. Really cool. Okay, really cool build. And then also a couple of the new things you can get from iBuyPower in their pre-builds, yada yada. Anyway, there you go. Just wanted to show that to y'all. Okay, Sully the Third, welcome. How's it going? Are we talking? CES was great. It was all about me talking to people, though. That's what my content was focused on. Now there is the content with iBuyPower Height, and then some with Thermal Take that is going to be coming out. The only and also potentially a Starforge Systems one, but that one we had a filter on the camera that was actually diffusing the light too much. So there's these like big blossomings of light. It's like washed out. It doesn't look great. So we're gonna try to figure that out. I don't think there's a filter that can fix that. Welcome back, Chris. The interviewers are fun to watch. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was fun. They were fun to do because these are my friends. These are great people to talk to. Makes sense. All these cases, 1440p Ultra RTX and Ultra settings. I would say maybe not the lower settings any modern card can game. True. Pre-built content. Yes, right. 240 hertz monitor for that. Wait, who got what? Marutu saw a Samsung 32-inch curve, 160 hertz, 1440p at Costco for $250. 32-inch 1440p is pushing 1440p a little bit, honestly, in terms of pixel density, but it still can look good. But yes, Sully the Third, you can get a solid 240 hertz monitor for that price. I mean, you can get an off-brand one for sure. And there are some really good quote-unquote off-brands. I personally really like Pixio. They're not really off-brand anymore. They make really good monitors. Also, I don't know about 32-inch for 240 hertz. But probably out there. I don't know. Mr. Levels, what's up? Hope your streams are going well. They are. I like to think so. China's not going to be too hard to suppress a population for long term. There's too much downside from global embargoes, not much to gain. China's economy is doing fine without Taiwan. Well, it's not necessarily an economic thing, although that's part of it. It's also a political thing because look, silicon is like spice, okay, in Dune, all right? Who controls it right now? TSMC. TSMC controls silicon right now. But they sell it out. They sell it to people. They sell it to their clients. It gets contracted out. This much production for this much time on this node. And if China's like, well, we want to control that. And then Taiwan is like, well, control what? It's dust now. We actually destroyed it because you're invading. And thanks for that. Appreciate it. So it's not whether they can hold it or not. It's going to be the rippling effects. I guess I can remove that from filtered words. That was from when everything first went down, but sure, here you go. Jerneka, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. Chris Crawford dropping some truth over there on YouTube. Remember to smash that like button. Absolutely. 100%. Smash that like button like it's the face of the CEO of Micron. There you go. That's not a threat. It's a joke. It's hyperbole. I had a Pixio die on me after 3 years. I had a Samsung TV die on me after 2 years. I did have a Samsung TV die on me after 2 years. It really doesn't matter. Electronics can die. Most of the screens in these monitors are made by LG anyway. Yeah, you recommended a Pixio monitor for me, Bray. I've been using it. It's amazing, especially for $200. It's a PX 277 Prime Neo 27-inch. Yeah, I'm reading this on that monitor right now. Okay, now, please let me talk about Pokemon now. Please, I just need a break from CES. And right now, I mean, honestly, guys, CES is so stressful. More like CE stress, am I right? CE stress. Ho ho! Where's the... Hold on. There you go. That was great timing. I just had that ready to go. It was so stressful. Like, it's fun because of the people that I get to hang out with. It's fun because of that. Like, I got to hang out with Splave and Splave PC guys, Oscar and all them, Andrew, and it was really cool. Got to hang out with Dave, who has been at a couple companies before, but is currently with a RAM company right now. Interesting, right? Got to hang out at the Bits Power booth for the Bits Power party. That was cool. It's funny because every year I go to a specific party. I don't go to the big ones. I'm too old for that, thankfully. Or not thankfully. I wish I'd rather be, I guess younger and wanting to party, I suppose. But like it's too tiring for me now. But at the Bits Power party, I was like swarmed by like 3 or 4 smaller SIs. And every one of them had something unique about them. And that's super sick. So, like for them, we're actually getting to the part, guys, where things are going to be a little bit better for smaller SIs. And you got to understand this. I know I said I was going to stop talking about CES. This is the last bit, okay? In the very beginning, the reason smaller SIs were suffering is because they have lower inventory, because they're lower volume. Larger SIs had larger inventory. They could control sales by throttling prices a little bit, by throttling sales a little bit with prices, slow things down, sort of speculate, whatever. But they had larger inventory of parts. They have higher volume, yes, but that gave them a bit more cushion. Now that we're at this juncture, well, if you're Kingston or just a distributor in general or something like that, and you're looking at a large SI that wants this lower price per unit and huge volume order, and then you're looking at a dozen smaller SIs that are paying more per unit, and it's a much smaller order, so you can make a lot more companies happy. Who is it easier to sell to? Yep, you're correct. It's the smaller companies. That doesn't mean it's going to be easier for the smaller companies, but it's not going to be disproportionately affecting them anymore negatively. That's going to switch over to the high volume sellers now, at least according to my conversations at CES, and prior to that as well. Something to think about. Have any of these YouTube creators ever been rude to you? No. There was only one content creator who has ever been rude to me, and that's because I disagreed with them publicly on a social media platform. And it was something that, like, there's no objective, I think, right to that. We had differing opinions. But he wasn't super rude to me and did not, like, go to his content creator buddies that are, because he's a much bigger channel than me, and say, this guy sucks. No, I just called him out on something. And he was a little rude back, and I was okay. I was like, sure, whatever. I know the personality type. He's a little hot-headed. But it was okay. Honestly, I didn't mind. I was like, no, this is me doing the right thing here. So, but anyways, I still admire that content creator. Still, like, makes great content to this day and teaches a lot, which is what I admire. But just had sort of a knee-jerk reaction to this smaller content creator guy just disagreeing with him, which he just saw the thing there and probably didn't recognize me immediately. We had met before, but it's okay. But when I think I ran into him after that, and he was perfectly polite. It was fine. Braithorn, how'd you get cards with all the scalpers running around? There was a card show in Vegas the day after CES. I just hope we can get parts. Well, that's what a shortage is. We cannot get parts. If you don't already have TechNerd, if you don't already have access to a distributor, you should try to set that up. See if you can do that. If not, used parts are going to be the way to go. I mean, you could literally go find old HP PCs from an office that'll have DDR5 in them. Is it going to be the best and fastest? No, but it is required for that system, for your systems to run. So it's not a secret at this point that there's a RAM shortage. So anyone buying a PC from you, let them know, hey, after a couple years when RAM regulates again, when it gets back to normal, you can upgrade your RAM very easily. In fact, I'll even cut you a deal on doing that work for you. There you go. Dunyan rings. You should open bottommost box from the stack first if you're going to open any of them tonight. We're going to discuss that now. That's what we're discussing now. After this, 1 second. Also, guys, just opinions, if you will. What do we think of these thumbnails? Are they okay? Are they attention grabbing? Each one of these thumbnails, none of them are clickbait. Not one. Literally, the DIY denial thing is based on a joke that Roby makes for the first like 15 seconds of the video. This is actually something that Jeff brought. This is a whole story and a whole scenario that Ian talked about. So no clickbait here. What do we think? Because I have to make these on my phone, like in the app. And it's different on Instagram and on YouTube, but like I have to make them there. Like I think the sort of like cringing prayer thing here was pretty cool. It's a good combination of emotes. I don't know. I try to be some kind of creative. I don't know. Anyways, this one's, I need to adjust this up. There's also times where I wanted a certain picture, but the text that was on the screen didn't match. So I just covered it with the text. Did Linus drop screwdriver? No. Surprisingly, no. Anyways. So let's talk about the card show. So yeah, I already talked about the streaming setup that I had for that, the IRL streaming setup that I had for that. And the signal was much better there because the convention center at the Rio is not buried in the building. Which is cool. I mean, it wasn't great once I got to like the back of the convention center, big room, but for most of the time, it wasn't bad from what I heard. There were some parts where we got a little sketch, but it's okay. So let's talk about what I got. And I'm going to start off by talking about a minor tragedy that occurred. On Wednesday, the way I found out about this card show is we went to a local card shop. It seemed pretty cool to me. They were a newer card shop. They've been there about a year. And I went there. I have a little story about that shop. I don't know if I want to get started with my TCG/video game channel by bad-mouthing a card shop. So maybe I won't. If you were there for the live stream, you already heard the story. So I'll leave it at that. But I bought a booster bundle, which is like this. This is a booster bundle of Black Bolt, White Flare. Black Bolt is the counterpart to this. I don't know why they had two separate ones, but they did for this subset. This has 6 packs in it. It's a booster bundle. And pull rates can be pretty good on these, actually. But what I bought was what I had been wanting forever, which was Scarlet and Violet 151. Why did I want that one? Because it is focused on Gen 1. What am I trying to build? I'm trying to pull the entire Pokédex, the national Pokédex. Well, I'm calling it the international Pokédex because I have English and Japanese cards in here, and I will soon have more languages in here. You'll hear more about that in a minute. And I have been, like, I don't have number 0001, Bulbasaur. I didn't have that. I hadn't pulled it yet. Out of all the stuff I've ripped since... When did I start doing that? November? I don't know. I wonder, those VODs might be gone. I might not be able to get that footage anymore. Oops. I recorded some of it. Anyway, so the fun thing that I did was I wanted to rip those packs at at CES. I was going to buy more there. My plan was to go to card shops, stock up, and then bring all that back. But when the guy there told me, because I was looking at these two ETBs at the shop, they had so much Pokemon stock, like for real, and reasonable prices. But he told me there's a card show on Saturday. I was like, I'm saving the money then. But I spent $60 on that 151. Something like this one, you'll get something like this for like $45. Right? Maybe less. Depending on the set. 151 from a scalper, you're going to spend like over $100 for a booster bundle. It's crazy. But I got it for $60. I was like, okay, that's $10 per pack for 151. Okay. I have a short video I filmed at the airport because there was a vending machine for TCGs and also for like baseball cards and stuff. And a single pack of 151 was $37 at that vending machine. Okay. I got a pretty good deal. So at the very last 10, 15 minutes of CES, I went to my buddies at Newer. I went to the Newer booth. They had these little tables. I was like, hey, because I told them about the card show. They wanted to go. They were like, oh, that's awesome. Like, we're going to be breaking down tonight. We'll go grab, and they invited me to dinner. I went to dinner with them that night. They were super excited about the card show. They didn't end up getting to go because a pallet was lost and they had to find it, or a crate. They had to find that. So they were at the convention center most of the day. But they let me rip those packs on one of their little tables at CES as it was closing. It was so cool. I didn't pull anything crazy. But I did pull a common Bulbasaur. I was like, oh, this is perfect. And I got a reverse holo Yukimori clay card, like a clay Pokemon card, the Magnemite. I was like, oh, that's awesome. And I got a Venusaur EX. I was like, yes. And then when you've taken the 6 packs out of here, guess what? This is kind of a deck box. You can put a bunch of cards in here. It recloses like it's a deck box. Cool. I had gotten a few more things. I even ripped a couple of packs at the show. There weren't a ton of cards because each of these packs only had 4 cards in it. I will explain that soon. I lost that box and everything that was in it. At the airport. I turned my back. I was like moving things around from one bag to my roller bag carry-on to my backpack. I guess someone swiped it. Or I left it behind. I lost that box. And those they weren't $60 in value, but I paid $60 for those cards, plus the other stuff that I'd put in there. Which was not a ton, but it was like basically that whole video, I get to say like, look what I pulled here at the end of CES, yay. And then it's all gone. Here's what I'm thankful for. Because guys, like stuff happens. They're just things. It's not going to ruin my day, my week, my year. It's fine. Okay? Now, for a while, I had this in there. Y'all don't, this looks like a card, right? It is, and it isn't. I will explain. For a while I had this in there. I took this out and I put this in my backpack in a flat spot. It's in a top loader. I had something that was flat. I was packed down and it was safe in there. So I did not lose this. So what the heck is this? This actually, here, let's do this. This is the Metal Mew promo. This is metal. You can't hear any of that. Hold on. This is also metal. It is, I'll never get used to going backwards on everything. It is absolutely freaking awesome. Now, what is this from? Well, I'll be happy to tell you. This is a promo card that you could only get by buying the 151 Ultra Premium Collection, which has 16 packs in it. It's got a play mat. It's got other stuff in it. and it has the metal mute card and actual promo cards. That UPC, as they call an ultra premium collection, that UPC starts at $600. I just wanted this. What people do is they buy the UPC, they just want the 16 packs. So the other stuff gets sold. But this, because of that, because how expensive that is pretty rare. Now, can y'all guess how much I spent on this by itself? Dodger, were you in the stream? And you were wrong, actually. You're wrong. It was $17. Could you let somebody else have fun for like a minute? Jeez. And also, if you were there, how could you be wrong? It was $17. Check the VOD. But no, $17 instead of $600. Although I would have gotten the packs and all the other stuff. Yes. But this is what I wanted. And I came this close to losing it. Go ahead. Go to the VOD. I paid the money. So I remember how much it was. I don't believe so. I believe it was 17. So this is obviously, let's get a real good close-up so you can see the detail on this. Oh, I guess that's as good as a close-up's going to get. Unless I do that. Stop shaking now. Oop. You can see the texture here. That is textured. Sort of spot gloss on it, but it's not spot gloss. That is just metal. And yeah. It's thick. It's like, it's about the thickness of a credit card, but made of metal. Like, if I could make this a credit card, I would love it. And yeah, it actually doesn't need a penny sleeve and then a top loader. But what do you, I mean, wouldn't you? Like, still, I don't care. This thing is awesome. And there are way more people that don't have this than do. Like, this is more valuable to me than that $17. What I could put on here, Lone Vaquero, I could put an NFC tag on this, but I'm not taking it in. I'm not going to take it with me. The sad thing is, for those who are watching the stream, you might remember that I bought something to put on my credit card. That is a Gengar art that was made by the artist. That was in that 151 box. It's lost. I'll have to like contact the artist and order one. He even gave me bonuses because I paid extra. Since people in the mall too, they make custom credit cards. Yeah. All right. So let's talk more about what I got. And then we'll figure out where I start. Because did anybody fill out the form? Remember, guys, you cannot just fill out the form and then wait for me to magically notice. You have to tell me I filled out the form. Base Station. Wait, Base Station was here earlier. Why didn't Base Station tell me that unless I missed it? They say they have an NVMe that stopped working. Do you think I can still get it to work? Yes. Well, maybe actually that they do go bad. I don't know. You might just want to try a new one. And if that one works, then yeah, if you have a spare one lying around. Yeah, they were just talking about RAM they bought. You can't just fill out the form and then not tell me nothing. And is there a note here? No. It's just $500 to $1,000 budget. I'm going to have to, like, guys, it's so bad. I'm actually just going to have to remove that budget option. I don't see how it's possible. I'm not well-versed enough in budget PC putting togethering to, like, know how to make that work. Particularly for gaming and streaming. If it's on the lower end. Maybe if it's closer to 1,000. I'm here, but I wanted you to talk about Pokemon. Haha. Okay. You need another PC? Is that what that is? Like, that's going to be hard to do if you're trying to do a gaming and streaming system for under $1,000 right now. Streaming requires extra memory in particular. Because you're gaming, that uses memory, and then streaming and maybe you have Discord up and Spotify and maybe a browser window or whatever. It takes memory. I don't recommend a streaming machine with anything less than 32 gigs. My friend wants me to find a pre-built. Well, why? Okay, no reason to not just check. I can't imagine anyone else having anything. Okay. Hold up. Y'all already know anyway. What's the actual budget? Like the actual max amount they can spend? Yeah. MySpace had, yes. We have 2 cats and 3 chickens. 1K is the max. Okay. Yeah, this is AM4 and 16 gigs of DDR4. That's actually good news because you can get a matching kit and make it 32 gigs. And then there's this one that is 14400F, so that's 16 gigs DDR5. And you cannot just add more DDR5 and expect it to work that well at 6,000 megahertz. It's probably going to go back to the standard, but this is AMD Radeon 9060 XT 8 gig. And then on this one, you got the B580, which is 12 gigs of VRAM in there. They both have 1 terabyte drives, so that's good. This one looks really good too. It looks really nice, but it's an MATX motherboard. It looks like, oh no, maybe, does this accommodate more? It doesn't look like it does. It doesn't look like that case can accommodate a larger motherboard. I'd probably do this one for gaming and streaming because you're going to get a full-size B550. I don't know if the other one's accurate. And also, you can just add another 16 gig kit of DDR4 for not too much money. There are 3 coupons that you can add to this. 3. This one, that's going to be... Hold on. Right there on the bottom right. You click that. If you buy a PC, you're going to be giving them your email anyway. So you just give them your email. Oh, it's no. This doesn't apply. It's for PCs over 1400. Well, check this out. Use code NY50 to get $50 off. Right there. And then you add code SWARM, SWARM, for another discount, and they stack. So you don't get the third one. I was wrong about that. It's under $1,400. But this is the one right here I'd recommend. You can stream with the B580. It does have AV1. It has a solid encoder on it. Gaming performance can be pretty good. And you just want to add another 16 gig kit. The only thing is I don't know the specifics of this RAM, so I cannot give you a link to the RAM. What you got to do is you got to basically take out 1 stick of that memory, look at the sticker on it, and it'll have a long string of letters and numbers. Put that into the Amazon search bar, try to find another 16 gig kit that matches exactly, and you order that. And then you put them all 4 in there, enable DOCP, and you're good to go. This is just 6 cores, 12 threads, but you can upgrade this to something like a 5800X, is 5700X down the line for 8 cores, 16 threads. Yeah, Vaquero, that'd be really tough because you need a lot of storage for a server like that. And that's not great right now. So I would do this right here. Let's actually see. Pretty sure I already have something in the cart. I don't want AI mode. Go away. Stop it. Yo, you get a controller for free. An MSI Force GC360 wireless controller for free. That, like, okay. All right. I'm not mad at that. Okay, remove the custom build. It's not empty. I promise. All right, cool. That's free right there. Proceed to checkout. $950. You'll put in code, let's see, NY50. Apply. And then you put in code SWARM. Apply. It's This is a lower cost system. My code has a discount that will scale with the price of the system. Higher the price, higher the discount. Not like, well, anyways, they have different codes for different prices. $871.49 with free shipping, which gives you enough, probably, to get your extra 16 gigs of RAM and your streaming. Now, here's the thing. The motherboard's probably going to be pretty low cost and therefore low features, meaning it's not going to have a whole lot of I/O, as in places to plug in things like your first, second, and third stream decks or whatever kind of streamer this person is going to be. You will be adding, or they will be adding, devices to make streaming easier for them and more entertaining for their viewers if you get into it a little bit. That's when you add in just a PCIe USB add-in card. And that's why we like full-size motherboards over MATX or ITX for a streaming system, because these are like $30 and they can be pretty good. Really good, actually. So there you go. Not a bad deal. So here's your link. Oh, actually, let me do that again. I'm going to put my tag on there. Still don't know to this day whether it adds the code for you, my code for you, but I'll do it anyway. You just need to do the second link, not the first one. And here are your codes. Two separate codes right there. There you go. Natty, what's up? And I'm here. It was latest up because watching the absolute peak. That is Gurren Lagann. Yes! My drill is a drill that will pierce the heavens. Hell yeah. I haven't watched anime so long, and I'm so glad I'm back with Gurren Lagann. Oh my god. Me and my boyfriend are now certified fans. That's what I'm talking about. That's my goated anime. When I'm feeling down, I mean, it has ups and downs like anything else, but it teaches you know, it's like a whole anime based around the Batman thing. Why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves back up. And also that the world's going to make you feel small. You are not. You encompass worlds. Why is that not showing up? Oh, because the text is white. That's why. All right, hold up. I didn't even make that purple first. How about that? Cool. That was quick. You're very welcome. And best of luck to your friend for streaming. It's a lot of fun. I'm gonna say during the encounter with Spiral King, I was squeezing my imaginary gunman controls, holding back shouts. Okay, so you already know what's up. Okay, good. No spoilers for the rest of chat. Everybody needs to watch Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Okay, like that's just a thing. We might make that a rule for the community. Okay. All right. Let's for Pete's sake. Oh. 20 to 40 terabyte HDD. Okay. SSD for running all server stuff, camp servers, HDDs, high capacity storage. That's a very rough outline. I could probably get away with less, but regardless, prices are way too high for any of that right now. You got to give it a couple years, Black Widow, if you're looking to do that. Like mechanical hard drives too, believe it or not, actually became scarce before prices started to rise for NVMEs. Okay. So, all right, let me say this. I'm not going to mention the shop name, but when I was at that shop before I knew about the event, because they told me about the event, and credit to them, I would not have gone and known about it if it weren't for them. Black Bolt and White Flare are a couple of sets I've been wanting to rip for a long time. The pull rates are supposed to be really good. And some of the SARs are just the most beautiful cards you've ever seen in your life, okay? And these are ETBs, if you don't know. These each have 9 packs in them and some goodies, okay? I also got a booster bundle of White Flare. I was not able to find a decent deal on a booster bundle for Black Bolt. But that's a solid start for this set. This is not really in production anymore. Prices are going up. When I saw them at the shop, though, this could be reversed, but I do know one was $70, the other one was $75. At the show, I was like, oh, it's going to be cheaper there. No, they raised the prices by like $10 each. $10, $15 each. I was like, what I'm sure they did was go and see what other people were charging for them. So I should have bought them at the shop. I would have saved like $25, $30. Anyways, Black Bolt, White Flare in the house with a bonus bundle right there of White Flare. So that is 15 packs of White Flare and 9 packs of Black Bolt. These are a lot. These have a lot of the same cards, but there are some specific ones that are not shared. Cool, cool. Then y'all know I have opened, well, you might if you've been watching these, 2 ETBs of Mega Evolution, okay? This is basically what came out because of Legends ZA. Lots of the new Mega Evolutions are in there, all that. And there's some classic Pokemon, newer Pokemon from more recent games and all that. But I ordered 2 of these, and on Amazon, they were like, oh, this vendor doesn't guarantee either type, whether it's the... Hold on. Gotta move this so I can grab this. The Mega Lucario one, which is this. This is actually how big these actually are, by the way. They just have like a plastic frame in them that makes them look bigger. Whether you get Mega Lucario or Mega Gardevoir, you don't know. I wanted one of each. I got 2 of these. So that meant I got 2 of the Riolu promo cards. And I you know, the extras were all Lucario themed. I wanted one Gardevoir, one Lucario. Both of them are 2 of my like top 10 Pokemon. They're really cool for me. I really like both those Pokemon. Usually end up in my final teams. They're very powerful, versatile Pokemon, and I like having them on my team. So I was like, I want both of them. Yeah, didn't happen. But like, it's pretty cool because you have these next to each other once they're done, and you have like different colors for the Pokeball that's on there. And well, you know, whatever. So excited about that. Got the Guardy one. Good to go. While I was, oh, by the way, while I was buying these so I ended up buying, even with the raised, like, I know what price I saw, okay, because I remembered it specifically because I wanted to see how much cheaper it would be at the card show. Little did I know. But this I ended up paying like $85 for. And yeah, it was $85 for this. Like, that is a high, that's market value for it, okay? It's not scalper pricing, that's market value, which, whatever. And I gave the guy 100 because I'd gotten very good advice to go and get some cash. The machine gave me hundreds, and he was going to give me $15 in change. And I was like, hey, you know what? There was this black and white Pokemon Black and White, the Black and White set, tin, which has, I think, 3 packs in it for $20. I was like, because I asked him, hey, can you give me the pricing from the store? He was like, no, this is the price that it was. And I was like, okay. If he had said market price went up, I would have understood. But he was like, no, this is the price it was at the store. I was like, I'm not dumb, unless I am. I don't think I am. But I was like, okay, man. All right, all right. I'm going to buy something from you. I wouldn't be here if not for that. So let me get this. And then he was going to give me 15 back. I was like, hey, how about this? Keep the change and give me one of those black and white tins. And he was like, all right, I'll do that. So basically, I got $5 off of this and spend another $15 on this. Whatever. So that's like the more common stuff, right? Now, the fun thing about the black and white set, I believe this was the first generation that had full art cards. Black and white. Let's think back to Pokemon Black and White, okay? This is an old set, an old tin. Let me see if it has the year of manufacture on here. It might be a reprint, though. Yeah, I think this is a reprint of Black and White because it says 95 to 2000 to 2025. So it's a reprint of Black and White. But this was, yeah, I'm pretty sure if it was original Black and White, it would have cost more. This was the first set that had full art cards, if I'm not mistaken. Looking at those boxes, like PC Builder's gonna look at RAM and like, he has packs, get him. So jealous of you, but happy. Well, the thing is, this is for us to like experience opening together. Did you hear about the Pokemon scalper that put a tracker on a card truck? Yeah, they do that. Like that's the people who are responsible for restocking, the distribution people, they get tracked. It sucks. Anyways, I'm excited to open this. But I may be even more excited to open. Oh, there's something I wanted to open that's in. I got to go get it. I got to go get it. I might be more excited for for these little guys right here. I've already done Mega Dreams EX before. This has 10 packs of magic in it because Japan is very much against gambling. So you have guaranteed an EX in every pack, which is awesome because I love collecting EXs and I love getting Japanese cards and cards in other languages in general. We'll get to that in a second. And you get, I believe, one guaranteed Mega Attack Rare or SAR. Y'all know from this box over here that I did, I got like 5 full arts out of that, including one of my favorite cards, which is the Psyduck in water. It's so cool. It's one of my favorite cards and my favorite art of Psyduck. I actually have it now in my Pokedex as my Psyduck because that was the whole goal. Fill the Pokedex. Right now, rarity does not matter, but it was my only Psyduck card. So like, okay, eventually as I keep opening packs, I'm going to be replacing common cards or reverse holos or whatever's there if I get a more rare version of any of those 1,025 Pokemon. So that's 10 packs right there. Lots of fun's going to be, we're going to have a lot of fun with this one. This one is unique though. This is for the China market, for the Chinese market. And if you thought Japan was against gambling, oh boy, China is like, no, you're not even coming close to the concept of gambling here. And like, fair. All right. So here's what you get. There are in this little box 15 packs that have 4 cards each. But apparently, and I opened 2 of these packs, those cards are now gone because they were in the 151 box that I was using as a deck box at the time just to hold everything. Every card is reverse holo or holo. Every card. Because you're not gambling. You're just getting shiny cardboard no matter what. And there were some awesome cards in there. And I don't have them now. And I'm very sad. But I got a lot more. I opened 2 packs. And what it was, that was all from a mystery bag. Now, there was something else in that mystery bag. I got to grab it. BRB. I actually have a BRB screen that I never use. Hold on 1 second. Do I? Is it still working? Hold on. Let me see. I do. Look, it's my logo. All right. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I gotta say that BRB screen looks pretty good. Okay. So I actually lost. There were 2 packs in the mystery bag that I put into the 151 box that I had not opened. They're gone. They are gone for good. But this wasn't in there because it wouldn't have fit. This, we're going to open this just to take a look at it. I'm really just dying for room here. I'm just running out of room. It's too much Pokemon stuff here, which is never a bad thing, but here we go. Is a good BRB screen. Thank you. This is like an acrylic stand thing that comes with a couple of booster packs. I also got, okay, there was just some of this that I bought, okay, which I will show you now. I bought these 2 pins, and I guess I'm just like into pins because of packs. But you got the Porygon 2 with the disc. It looks sick. It's Porygon 2, or Porygon rather. Porygon becoming one of my faves. I mean, it's all computer related, right? And of course, Mewtwo on the Vaporwave background. Super sick. Then I bought this pin, right? Which is Shiny Kyogre. They had in the mystery bag this pin, another one. So I traded it out for the dual Mega Charizard pin. Mega Charizard X, Mega Charizard Y, which is absolutely sick. All right, real quick though, let's see what packs are in this box. The acrylic standee thing is going to be pretty cool, I would say, for a background kind of thing. Wait. Should I open it or should I keep it sealed? I'm opening it. Oh, it tells you. Oh, so these are the. Whoa, that feels thick. Oh my goodness. This one does not. Do you see this? Holy crap. This is. How many cards are in this? That's crazy. Natty says, that is one thick boy. Damn. Is this? Oh, sorry. Is this? Okay. My ignorance is on full display here. Is this in Chinese or Japanese? I feel like this is a Chinese product, right? Usually it'll say what market it's for. For sale in mainland China only. More than 15, I would say, because you see, Natty, an interesting thing about packs of Pokemon in China is that you get packs that have 4 cards and 40. I'm thinking it's one of each. I'm thinking we got to open this. This is a box full of packs, 15 packs that have 4 in it each, right? This, I think we have one of each. 40. I mean, yes, it might be 40. It might be 20. It might be less. But they straight up told me there were some packs that had 40 cards. It'll be a box like this that has like 4 packs in it. So I think this is probably like 20, something like that. I don't know, but it's thick. Damn. I need to get a pack handy. You know what? We're going to open up the tin. I need to have something for opening these. Hold up. Oh. Let's turn that off. Although I'm mostly going to voice over any... Oh, my God. Come on. Get off. Wow. Excuse me. Busy here. That just became the messiest it could possibly be. That's great. How did I even do that? Okay, I just want to compare another pack to this, like an English pack to this. Sticker. Nice. Okay, sure. Oh, it's white flare. This is not black and white. Okay, it's white flare. Why did he tell me it was black and white? He said it was black and white. More white flare. Hell yeah, let's go. The only thing is sometimes you'll have damaged corners on these. Oh, and it's black bolt and white flare. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The problem is the rounded edges on this can sometimes damage the cards. As one sweet knife. Thank you. I made it myself. I'm not even joking. I used to do some blacksmithing, bladesmithing stuff way back when. We got one pack of black bolt and white flare here. Let's compare it here. Yeah, I think this is 20 cards because this is 10. And that's about twice as thick. That's crazy. Is it time to hydrate? I mean, I guess. Sure. I guess I know what we're opening. Yeah, that's at least 20. Come on, buddy. Come on. Okay. I am, actually, yes. What time is it even? I don't even know. Oh, yeah, we've been going for a couple hours. So let's go ahead and do this first. Well, no, we're going to do this one first, just so you can get sort of a taste for the Chinese market cards. Let's see what we get. Just need to make sure I have access to penny sleeves right there. No pack trick here. Okay, so I guess not all reverse hollow and hollow, but okay. The ones I opened were before from that red box. Okay, so we have Corellia, Spiritomb, Eevee, reverse hollow. Nice. And, oh, hold on. Yo, what the hell? Oh, that's the dragon, Reggie Dragon, or whatever it's called. Freaking, what the hell? That's crazy. Reggie Drago. This is Reggie Drago. Y'all gotta forgive me, but like, I don't, that's a Reggie Drago full art double rare right there is what that is. Boy, oh boy. This feels a lot thinner, I will say, than the card stock for English or Japanese cards. But Reggie Drago is super sick. That is awesome. Definitely something I did not have. Reggie Drago is not one of the newest games. I think it was it Sun and Moon or the one before that? Oh, Black and White. Yeah, it was Black and White. Pokemon Black and White, yeah? So Reggie Drago, awesome. I didn't even look at these. We got some styling kicks, and we have, what's his name? Raidan, or what's his name? Something with an R. Trainer from Sword and Shield. Yeah, that's a sick card. I also like the reverse hollow Eevee. Some of the hollow patterns I got from those 2 packs from the surprise from the mystery bag were so, there was like a pinwheel There was like a pinwheel hollow pattern. It was so sick, and I'm so sad that I lost all those cards. But there we go. We got that. This is another step closer to making my national Pokédex a real international Pokédex. But that is the goal. I do, unfortunately, have, or fortunately, I don't know, have both of these Pokemon already. So it's just, I think this is an upgrade to my Eevee. And I did not have Regidrago yet, so that's cool. But now we're going to check out the Thickums here with the Lugia. By the way, this is the acrylic standee that came with this, and it is Lugia themed. And this is meant for you to put a card in there and then display it on your desk. Maybe we get a full art Lugia. But I think that's the whole point here. God, I'm really missing out not finishing Black and White. Yeah, good luck with the red Victini. Pull rate on that is non-existent, but I mean, when it hits, it's an amazing card. Oh, it was Gen 8. Okay, sorry. I thought it was from before that, but then again, Gen 8 is from when I actually really started getting into Pokemon, like in the games. I mean, I'd played some before, but like, was I really super into them? I was not. But it's never too late. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate that. Oh my God. Look at how many cards are in this one pack. That is crazy talk. Are you serious? What's up, Sakura Valley? I hope you're doing well. That is so many cards for one pack. But I don't know. What is there, like a 7-card pack trick for this? I ain't even bothering. Okay, Spinarak. What's it called? Fungus. And Brazen. Whatever that thing is. That's not C-Dot. What is that one called again? Man. That's Litten. Cool. Growlithe. Tynamo. The thing about opening packs in other languages, you are testing your Pokemon knowledge. And mine is not great. Like, I don't remember the name of this. That's the Helioptile first one. I have it already. Come on, dude. The whole thing about doing the Pokedex is that it is really helping me with the names. Also, we have the national Pokedex numbers right there on the cards. Okay. Get a fossil. How am I? Come on. Well, oh, I realized I didn't say Fletchinder. That's Fletchinder, right? I didn't say it. Maybe it's Fletchinder. It's the Chinchou. Thank you. All right, perfect. This helps for when I'm doing voiceover later because it's right. It's right there. You just need to not show that. I'm not. It's not like I'm gonna hide the fact that I don't know the name of every Pokemon. I don't. That's okay. This guy, Party Bird. You're Party Bird now. Whatever your name was supposed to be, you're now Party Bird. Shaman. Wait, no. The evolution. Does Shaman evolve? I guess so. Yeah, there was like a form of Shaman. Shaman has forms. Right. That's the other form. Magmortar, I already got. That is the evolution of Galarian Meowth, which is some Viking thing or whatever. It's a cat with a beard, all right? Shaman has an alternate form. That's it. Party Bird. I mean, good. Battle Cat. You're Battle Cat now. The smaller Yanmega, or it's Yanmega. I always confuse the two. Could be I think it's Yanmega. That's Yanmega, isn't it? Yes, maybe. Whatever. This is hard, okay? This is basically flashcards, and I didn't study. Pontiac Firebird. Okay, that's what you are. That's a Pontiac Firebird. No, okay. That's a trainer card for a thing. I don't know. Come on. I know these. I'm going to kick myself when I'm doing the playback and I'm trying to do the... How to time out someone else work? You use channel points. but you're not timing out Natty. Natty's helping. It's Metagross is middle one. Meta something. Matang. That's Matang. Maybe. I don't know. Party Bird is Archon and Pontiac Firebird is Talonflame. Okay, I was just speeding through it. I have a, yeah. I just, ooh, that's a nice Rapidash. Look at the hollow pattern on that. Sorry, I was mesmerized for a second, but there is sort of a texture to it, sort of a vertical texture to that. It's really nice. God, look at these. I forget this dude's name. He cool. He's chilling in the jungle. And I didn't have it yet. But then again, that's why I have a whole database to help me out. Thank you for that. Super stanced. Yo! Look at this freaking full art Raikou here. Full art, double rare, Raikou V. And that's Oranguru, Oranguru, or however you want to say it, and Bronzong. Reverse hollows. But damn, I told you, it's not gambling. The hit rates are way higher. With Japanese, and then even higher for Chinese cards. Damn, look at that. What is that? Well, that's a sound effect that Pat uses all the time, and I like it. Okay, I like it. So just in those 2 packs, Regidrago and Raikou V, full art cards. These are both sick. I don't care if they're worth 80 cents. These are going to be so sick for the Pokédex. I just don't know how to designate them in the spreadsheet. Like I don't know. This is, oh man. The fun part is now we're going to compare it to the pull rates for Black Bolt and White Flare. Standard English cards. It's probably not going to be too favorable for these. But damn, this is stacked. That's so many cards. And there were a bunch of these that I did not yet have in the Pokédex. I need to get more of these thick packs. And yes, the more international my national Pokédex is, the better, in my opinion. You can disagree. You'd be wrong. And you could be able to be like, oh, English cards are better. Yeah, for your Japanese product. That's what it is. This is a Japanese game. This is a global phenomenon, and you would do well to remember that, whoever I just made up who's saying that stuff. And those are the 2 hollows right there. And let's get our... By the way, fun fact, whenever I'm like, I can't pick up a card, I don't want to get my fingernails under it. I just do that. And then I accidentally flip it over. There you go. Easy. Because they usually come up a little bit on the sides. So. I don't even know if these would be listed on TCG Player. One click and I'm already in the TCG Player for Regidrago. Nice. And then you can go to, I know they have Pokemon Japan. They might not have Pokemon China. I don't know if they have that. It might not be in the database. So this is Pokemon 893. I guess, Natty, it would be good to just copy paste all of them into a final full Pokédex tab, because then I can just go Control F and put in the number. And because there's going to be some of these in other languages where I don't know the first letter, and I'm going to have to look through 26 tabs to find it. So putting them all in one, probably going to be a good idea. Let me just get a shot of all of this together. Chinese Pokemon packs are crazy. This is awesome. I love it. Okay. Now let's compare it, because they're out here and we're doing it anyway. Let's compare it to. Okay, so we got the tin, and that gives us 2 packs, 1 Black Bolt, 1 White Flare. Let's take a look. I didn't even have RGB give a little bit of that mojo to either of those Chinese packs, but they still came out awesome. But we're doing it anyway. Thank you, RGB. Appreciate it. You'll be a Pokemon someday, I promise. We'll go White Flare first. See, that's weird. I'm used to them. No, I'm used to them folding. I don't know. That's actually the way they fold. Never mind. It could be that the Chinese pack was the other way around. These do open nicely. Also, doesn't a black code card mean there's a hit? I don't know. I will do a single card for the pack trick. I don't know the pack trick for Black Bolt and White Flare. Oh, we're gonna as soon as I'm done making myself a sandwich because I'm hungry. Absolutely. Okay, energy. Pharaoh Seed. See how much easier this is? Okay, Tepig. Yamask, I did not have. Hell yeah. Joltik, I didn't have. Stoutland, I did not have. Leavanny, I did not have. This is great. Hilda, this might be my first Hilda card. Reverse Volibee. Archeops, I didn't have either of those. And Samurott Hollow. I did not have Samurott yet. Almost every card's going into the Pokédex. That's freaking sick. I love it. This is why the Pokédex is exactly what I wanted to do. I want to be able to celebrate cards where you normally be like, ugh, just speed through it already. No. And also I like the streaky kind of hollow, like this. It's like it's speeding. It's like a speedy samurai seal guy, or whatever that is. Whatever Samurai's supposed to be. Okay. And these are penny sleeves. I've just been sleeving trainer cards because I want to be able to just grab them and set up a deck if I'm going to be doing that. And this is like my only Hilda card, so that's what I'm doing there. I have the box with all my trainer cards here. There we go. They're alphabetized. I'll just put this here to be alphabetized later. Look, it is actually completely therapeutic to sort these cards. I make no apologies. Okay, so let's see what wins between Black Bolt and White Flare. I guess we can look at card rarity, yes, but how many cards were needed for the Pokédex, I think, is important too. That was all of those other than Trainer and Energy. Well, no, actually, I might not have Ferroseed either, so I might need Ferroseed. But Tepig I did have, I believe, so. Okay, time for Black Bolt. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I guess the black code card doesn't mean anything. Unless it means you didn't get a hit. But that's the thing. Around here, every card's a hit. Come on. Ooh, I love getting hollow energy. I love getting hollow energy. I actually hate that was a little off-center. I'm actually going to do the thing. Okay, there we go. There's the presentation. There you go. I love getting hollow energy. If I ever play, these are just a baller way to play the game. Having these. Very cool. Okay, Mana, I don't think I had. I should really just keep the spreadsheet open, but then I'm going to be searching every Pokemon. It's going to take me forever. Dwebble, I did have. Wait, no. I'm not mixing these. Did have. Panpour, I didn't have. Pansage, Amoonguss, I didn't have. I see something sparkling there. Could be a Rainbow Fake Out. We'll see. Alola Mola, I did not have. There are so many fish Pokemon. Reuniclus, I did not have. Pokeball Throw. Look at that. Check out the Pokeball Throw. I've been off center this whole freaking time. Pokeball throw. Oh! Yo! Hold up. Oh, we got the illustration rare Audino, and this is the knitted one or whatever. That's so sick. And it's a Pokemon I needed. And Beartick Hollow. Yeah, I think Black Bolt won this one. What do you guys think? That's pretty good. That makes me happy. What a gorgeous card. Here, let's get a close-up on that. Yeah, that's actually fully knitted right there. Yeah. Artist is, hold on, I gotta. Okay, artist is Asako Ita. And you'll find certain cards like this where the Pokemon is made of yarn and knitted together. Just absolutely gorgeous. Really happy to add that to the collection, to the Pokédex. Welcome, Audino. I never use you in the video games, but I'm happy to have you as part of our Pokédex family here. Nice to end all that pulling with another. We got 3 awesome hits out of this little session here. Now, we still haven't really and we got don't forget the Pokeball throw. That's my first Pokeball Pokemon of this generation, so that's cool, of this set. And I love the way they did it for this generation. Not a Master Ball, but still very, very cool. And that is going in the Pokédex. I think that'll probably be hard to beat for throw for that particular Pokemon. I don't think he has that many cards. Yo, that was awesome. Let's take a look at the big hits from this. And I would love to know which one you guys think. Let me zoom out. I might need to change my lighting setup here. It's too direct. Which one do y'all think is the coolest out of these 3? Regidrago, Raikou, or Audino? Okay. I personally, I feel like the Audino is the coolest one, but I love the art on all 3 of these. And also Regidrago is just a super sick design for one. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Ari's going to love that one. Of course, getting a Hollow Energy. My first Hollow Energy I got from that 151 booster bundle, and it is now gone. But I have this one. This is now my first official. Okay. That's the end of the recording for that. Cool. Neat. Neato, gang. That was awesome. Definitely Black Bolt won on that. 100%. Well, this Samurot's pretty cool, and I needed it. I needed all these cards, so they're all going in the Pokédex. They all got to go into the... yeah, whenever Natty's done with the sandwich, I have a request. Because if y'all didn't know, Natty made a very cool Pokédex sort of a spreadsheet to track all these cards. That energy, I think I just need... Is this numbered? This is a numbered energy. Okay, this is going to be hard to see. This is not... Okay, here, let me show you a standard. I gotta find it first. Let me show you a standard energy, okay? So from things like ETBs, I have collected what you might say is a few energy cards, all right? Just a few. And they are all numbered pretty similarly. Okay, so the leaf energy or grass energy is 9 here. Well, actually, no. It's 1. But for the scarlet and violet, it was 9, right? This one has a pattern on it, so it's numbered. You'll find rarely specific numbered energy cards, but normally your grass energy or leaf energy is 1, and then your fire energy is 2, water is 3. Okay, you get the point. All the way to this kind of energy here, which I guess is steel or whatever it is. I don't know. I think that's dark. That might be steel. This is supposed to be 8. So if we look, whenever I'm going to actually use energy, it'll go in penny sleeves, of course, to protect it. But if you look at this hollow energy, you'll notice it is number 24 for Scarlet Violet English. So this is if you're trying to master set Black Bolt and White Flare, you need all of the numbered hollow energies, just so you know. I'm not interested. There are some cards that are way too expensive. I ain't doing it. Develop it just means that it's a specific one that's not a standard energy. That's what I was saying. Like, this is your typical, like, steel energy. It's just going to be numbered 9, no matter what set you get it from, with few exceptions. But in certain sets, you'll have special energies that are numbered, meaning they're a specific numbered card out of that set. Just like this Pokeball throw right here has a number 50 out of 86 for Black Bolt. Okay? Well, that energy is numbered as well. Rather than being the standard 1 through 9. Do we get it? We get it. You get it. So like this energy here is also, ooh, it's not hollow, but it is numbered. Uh-oh. I'm just throwing that in there. I don't care. I'm not master setting it ever. Not ever. The reason is, people who do that, you have to like either spend thousands of dollars on packs, and that's just getting started, or you have to spend thousands of dollars on just the individual cards, and you save a lot of money that way, believe it or not. I'm not going through that. I want the Pokédex, and I'm just going to keep pulling cards and increase the rarity of that Pokédex. That's the goal. And that just means we just get to have fun. What's up, Special Joey? Now, there are some people who like to pull the cards. Those people are crazy. And also probably rich, or at least they were at some point. Probably not anymore. But a lot happened at CES. And as a matter of fact, Joey, I've been posting a ton of short form conversation, just videos of mostly conversations with other creators, getting their views on things. Also, some people from specific companies that have interesting takes. Very few of my only a very little bit of the content I've been getting that I got at CES was about products, and pretty much none of them are AI. Because I'm here for you guys. What's up, Chris? How's it going? I'm here. You're about to increase the rarity. JK, I'm bad luck. Ooh, you came at a good time. Because we already pulled these. So, good timing. We know you're lying, Chris. You have a YouTube channel. We know what you think. I hope y'all are all subscribed to Coalition Gaming on YouTube. And following Coalition Chris on Twitch. I mean, come on. So. And I hope everyone is subscribed to Breathorn. Honestly, man, here's the thing I figured out about sub numbers. By the way, what's up, Develop? I don't know if I said hi earlier. And Revenge, how you doing? I don't know if I just said hi earlier. What's up? And Special Joey, I already said hi, but I'm saying it again. Remember when the Rabbit AI was the hottest thing ever? What happened to that thing? It sucked. It didn't work. Nobody liked it. It was also a scam. And basically, it was just like running Android and an app. So obviously, as I mentioned, as I showed earlier, Chris, crazy thing. You know about this whole like Pokemon thing I'm getting into as a side venture, just to make sure that I've got something that can, like, if everything grinds to a halt in the tech space, I've got another direction to grow in. If there's room for growth there, we'll see. There was a card show in Vegas the day after CES, like a big one at the Rio Convention Center or Expo Hall or whatever. And it was sick. It was really cool. Love your videos. Been needing new ones. I've been posting new videos all last week and this week. So yeah, there's new videos there. Long form video coming up probably tomorrow, as long as that PC doesn't die. It's not the hardware, other than just the storage, which I have a new one coming in tomorrow. And I'm just going to move the image over. So yeah, I stocked up. And for basically pennies on the dollar, considering like online prices. But I also got special stuff like Japanese box of 10 packs, Chinese 15 packs in here. And for just like really good prices. Like this, I think is like $130 at my local card store. I got it for $90 at the card show. I think it's a bigger MTG guy. Tons of MTG stuff there. There was a ton. Checks out, yeah. And this is sick because of the guaranteed hits. Your guaranteed hits. Because if it's not pachinko, you cannot gamble in Japan. Now, y'all saw me just open from this set Black Bolt 1, so now I'm worried. Because, you know, I got this booster bundle with 6 packs, and then this White Flare, because it's a companion set, White Flare, Black Bolt. And then this ETB of White Flare. But thankfully, I have an ETB of Black Bolt. So the winner, I've got that here too. And then, of course, the Mega Evolution ETB as well. We stocked the F up. Sorry for using harsh letters. I'm just excited. And for basically what I would have paid for, like, maybe this from a scalper. I think it's going to be, I think how much can you get for $500 at a card show is a fun video. That's going to be a fun video to start off the channel. I wonder if they'll do it again next year. That's a really good point. Hey, if I'm actually asking your opinion on a single upgrade, do I need to fill out a form? Probably not. Although, unless it's something that has to do with a lot of other stuff. Like if it's like GPU upgrade, I need to know what's your power supply, what kind of games you're going to play, blah, 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 blah. Just be prepared to answer all that stuff. You don't have to do the form. You're good, Revenge. I want to go to PAX again this year. I miss PAX. I met someone who's one of the organizers for one of the sort of like, I think for the LAN at PAX. I met them at CES. And they were like, because I talked about why I don't go anymore. A lot of PC hardware companies that used to go don't go anymore. And he was like, well, we're trying to fix that. So we would love for you to come again. And I'm like, can I do a panel again? That would be fun. I was crazy when I was first getting started, man. I was crazy. I had like 9K subs and I was like, I'm going to run a panel at PAX East 2022. My first event I've ever gone to as a content creator. And you know what? It was awesome. It went really well. People showed up. People watched the stream. People had questions because they put it on prime time on their live stream because there's other panels that are in small. It was in one of the big rooms. I was like, what the hell? Y'all looked at my like numbers, right? Like I'm not huge. What are you talking about? But it was the fact that I was talking about GPUs in 2022 as they were coming back. What happened with all that? And I had like 5 different system integrator reps up there. Like some of them were CEOs, like founders of smaller system integrators. And the other one was the like head of all marketing for iBuyPower. And they all just got along super well. It was so much fun. I got to do that again. Ow. I'm kidding. Kidding. High five, same lol. Did a meet and greet at LTX 2019 with 9K subs. Admittedly, it was grouped with Ozzy, yeah, Oztalks Hardware and Nerd on a Budget, but still. That's actually where I met Danny. He walked up to, this was like it blows my mind when someone that I've watched and seen comes up to me and knows who I am without me introducing myself. And Danny did that, which was super cool. And you did that too, didn't you? Which was super cool at TwitchCon, right? The Vegas TwitchCon, I think. But I think we had talked a little bit before that. Maybe. Yeah, we had. Pretty sure. Man, I don't know. Like, I don't remember what I did yesterday. I'm back with a jar of mayo in my pocket. It's for my sandwich, but what kind of pockets do you have? Jeez. That's awesome. We hung out with David does tech stuff at 2019 the same way. I got to meet David at LTX. I mean, I was barely just streaming games and stuff in 2019 and doing some tech content on YouTube, but like nothing, it wasn't PC centric yet. What do we think about the Mewtwo? Do we prefer the Porygon? I don't know. It's going to get hidden anyway. Damn it. Vaporwave Mewtwo is dope. All right. That's that I have spoken. 1 second. Noble 7, what's up? How's it going? 1 second, hold a jar of mayo. I guess that's fair. Personally, always been a big fan of Mewtwo. First Pokemon media I consumed was a Pokemon 2000 movie. Nice. How was your CES? It was really good. It was really good. Not as much because of like the AI, obviously. Like there's so much consumer fatigue around that. I'm not like... Look... This was the first CES I went to where I was thanking my lucky stars that I was not sponsored by, like, I don't know, NVIDIA or even like MSI, Gigabyte, any of those companies, because they pushed so much AI stuff. Not MSI as much. I'm just naming names here. AMD pushed AI. Their whole booth was AI. And you're basically contractually obligated to push AI content on your viewers. And like, I don't know if I would have signed up for that. So what I did was I just got to talk to a bunch of my friends and some people, like really interesting people from certain companies that are also kind of my friends. Look, I still criticize the things they make if I don't like them. I do it openly, okay? Dude. Natty. I literally, it was on stream too, if it was coming through at all, because the reception inside Razer was really bad. I literally asked them after they kept saying, okay, here's our AI workstations. Okay, Razer, all right. And look, we have AI headphones with cameras on them. I'm like, but, okay, what about like the, no. You got to go in this room where we have the AI holographic, hologram waifu for your desk. Okay, I see a whole gaming setup on that wall. Do y'all have any new peripherals or any new, like, no, not really. All right, I think we're done here. I literally was pushing them like, hey, show me some gaming stuff. Gaming company, please. Read the room, man. Look. Most products are for somebody, right? There's going to be somebody who's like, I actually really like that. I think that's kind of cool. And yeah, I told you guys earlier about how AMD actually had a totally useful application of AI right next to the one that's designed to tell me what coffee I like. And this is what I'm talking about when I say, like, I have a friend at Razer. I have friends at AMD. It will never stop me from being like, okay, this is BS. Come on. Rob Teller is a friend of mine, the lead architect of Height. I've been complaining about those half-height PCIe slots in every Y series case since the Y60 launched. And of course, now we have the X50. And guess what, y'all? We have one on the way. Joey, nope. Sorry. Not allowing that. You want to know why? Because your chat is being shown on YouTube, and YouTube's AI scrubbing has been especially harsh. Like, incredibly harsh. And if I don't scrub the chat myself through moderation, through AutoMod, I could literally lose my channel. And guess who I get to go to for any kind of resolution? Their AI assistant. And I'm sure you don't want to put me through that. Yeah, AI. Dell was like, yeah, AI doesn't sell. All right, you got it, Natty. I remember Star Trek Next Generation where Riker had 2 of those AI girls on his desk. That's awesome. What was a useful one? Noble 7. It was basically an assistant for assisting a project manager in a lab or an engineering project. They had a whole like workstation set up or desk set up for a project lead, right? And the AI was supposed to just do the mindless busy work of scrubbing, just like sorting through your email, figuring out appointments, just like making sure you're informed of your meetings, and just like sorting it all out through the important and not important, urgent and not urgent stuff. That's awesome because it's not trying to replace a freaking project manager. It is a tool to assist. And it even can like work with an assistant that you actually have and not just steal their job. Like I was talking about this earlier, I've been using AI for years. And that's why I only spend 5 minutes making a thumbnail in Photoshop instead of a freaking hour trying to trace with my mouse and remove backgrounds. I've been using it forever. That's the AI I want. And guess what? We already have it. It already exists. When is Braithorn going to get an RGB on height pre-built? Rurutu, I don't think I would want to have a full-on thing with iBuyPower. They're a little bit too big. They're a little bit too successful, I would say, in that way. Too high, like their scale is insane. Okay, they'll do like 600,000 gaming PCs in a year. A collab with me is not going to be a drop in the bucket. So I like to do that with smaller companies. What we do is they'll send me a case and some fans, and I'll just throw some parts together, and we'll do a collab that way. That's fun. That's fine with me. I have a code with them that works for custom systems. That saves you 5% on a custom system. It's really good. Yeah, no worries, Joey. You're good. I went to the Lenovo keynote, which of course was expected to be all about AI, but hey, free concert. Yeah. I mean, literally, that's exactly what Scattervolt said. He's like, free trip to the Sphere, free concert, let's go. I was like, Gwen Stefani? What, really? Imagine getting assigned tasks by AI assistant from boss. Yeah. You hated tracing? Oh, yeah. Also, it was my first time in the Sphere as a local. I was scouting out where to look for tickets when I go. I'm thinking 206 out of 207. Wait, what? Oh, the sections. Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. Levon Glenn 641, what's up? Trying play Face It and need good pre-built. Not big on knowing good PCs. Please help. Please read the description of the stream. If you're looking for help with a PC, you need to fill out the form that is listed in the description. It's the very first thing there that says if you want help with a PC, you must fill out this form. That's just to give me all the information so I don't have to sit here for 15 minutes dragging information out of you. Oh, for seats. Okay. Yeah, it would have been my first time in the Sphere, but we were already doing our thing, and I just didn't. I ended up not going. But yeah, how did you like CES? What I'm actually surprised by is that Christopher Yee doesn't go to CES, as far as I know. I mean, I believe he's gone before. He goes to some events. But like, I just never see him make CES content. But that's not really his thing. He's more, I guess, on the influencer side. But like, he does a good job of it. He makes like some really helpful content when it comes to like tips around Black Friday and things like that. And stories of buying used stuff and things to look out for, all of that. But he's local to Las Vegas, I think. So I don't know why. Wait, CS is for creators and companies only. It's an industry-only event. I believe the Friday is like the open to the public day. Unless that's just Computex. It did not look super crazy on Friday. What's a good high-end pre-built? Run 600 FPS for CSGO 2 on low setting, 1080, trying to play Face It. Okay, Perp Nowitzki, if you are also Levon Glenn 641, going to both of my chats and saying the same thing and ignoring what I said, not going to help you and actually going to annoy me. I gave you an answer and I said, when you were in the YouTube chat, please look at the description and fill out the form. And that also goes, so I mean, same thing. It's yeah, that's just for you there. If you're looking here, you just type !form. And the form thing will pop up. I don't want 5 people doing that, by the way. Just one person do it. I need to reconnect my keyboard. I moved it to rip Pokemon packs like a degenerate. That was like my most successful 4 packs I've ever done. That was crazy. That's going to be a fun video if I end up doing the Pokemon thing. So I'm leaning towards that more and more. I've been getting so much content for that. There's the form thing. It's right there. I didn't even need to plug in my keyboard. We're good. I went with him to CS 2019. We covered some stuff together, but it's not really his scene. His own video there bombed. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. I've had plenty of CES stuff bomb, and I'm not local there. I spent a lot of money going there from Texas. And that's when I sort of discovered, and well, of course, short form content did develop after that. But I've seen Chris doing a lot of short form, and I think that would be to me, that's the route for event coverage. Even Computex, even that, I'm focusing on shorts. If I'm doing sponsored stuff, I'm going to focus on basically charging less, but doing more shorts. Charging less than a full video would cost to a company, but doing more shorts. Because my long form videos bomb, my short form videos do pretty well. And like in relation to the size of my Instagram and YouTube. Particularly on Instagram. My reels do really pretty well on Instagram, considering that I have like, I don't know, 2K followers or whatever on there. It's not like that's 5% of my followage on YouTube. No, but I do know one thing. Every time I talk to Chris, He's about like, hey, is there anything you like? I would tell him about this project I was trying to do or this thing I was working on. He's like, if there's any way I can help, please let me know. I just don't push it on him, like, you know, because he's just been super friendly with me since day one. And I think it's because like I've heard his story about how he sort of came up in streaming and all of that, and how he got like Foozly helped him out. He did like the streamer camp boot camp thing and all this stuff, and it sort of just like got him into where he has that sort of he found his vibe for streaming and how he wants to do it, how he likes to do it, doing content, stuff like that. And I think he just likes to do that for other content creators, which I think is really cool. He's a really, really solid dude. 3 to 4 days. I got held up and got there late too, though. So I truly did miss a lot. I missed a good amount of the last day because I forgot that they closed it early. And I was really tired. I went to a Bits Power party the night before, and I was worn out. I was there till like 1 or 12:30 or 1. And that's like the only party I'm really like, because it's so low key compared to like some of the crazy ones. MSI party gets too packed for me. I've been going every year. I didn't go this year. I was like, nah, it's like you're literally at the fire marshal limit of people being in that room, in that sky bar or whatever. I'm like, yeah. But I do enjoy it when I go. Like last year when I went to the MSI party, I actually got to hang out with a bunch of the LTT guys for like a couple of hours. That was a lot of fun. Noble7, if that's a link, you can DM it to me. Because I just don't have that. I'm assuming MSI is invite only, or yeah, but I always sneak in somehow or another. Someone who doesn't want to go gives me their invite or something like that. Oh, it was Will I Am at the MSI party. That's cool. Is he still Will? Is he still doing that, being Will? I need to sneak into the MSI party. Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty cool. The reason I have to sneak, like, here's the thing. I know people at MSI, but I'm not like on that, like, I don't communicate with them very often. But when I go and see them at the events, they're like, yeah, what's up, Bray? How's it going? I wish I'd known you were going to be here. That kind of thing. And by the time you're, like, I have 40, like, I'm at like just about 40K subs on YouTube. It's not something that anyone would automatically assume that I'm going to something that's like CES can be expensive, right? By the time we're there, they're already at capacity. So it's like I have to be somebody's +1, which I've done a couple times, or someone just gives me their invite, which someone from Main Gear gave me their invite last year because they weren't feeling well. No, Will.i.am did Live Nightclub with LG. That was one of the big ones. Oh, okay. Well, I got to... at the Bits Power party, there was an actor from Breaking Bad. That was pretty cool. That was something. I didn't bother him. A lot of people were taking pictures of him, but I was like, that's cool. He's right there. That's cool. It was one of the brothers, you know, 2 brothers that walk away from the explosion and do all that stuff, which is pretty rad. 1 second, please. All right, Revenge. Let's take a look at your request here. Maybe if this takes us a bit, we'll do one more Pokemon related thing. For those who haven't been hanging out for a while, what I've been doing to shake things up, and it's actually potentially leading me to having a second channel that's dedicated to Pokemon video games and TCG, ripping packs, collecting, stuff like that. Is after I help somebody, I then treat myself and you guys by ripping a Pokemon pack. It's mostly treating myself, let's be honest. But I just got into it, and it's really, really fun. I don't know what out of this I would want to open, though. Because I try to keep it cohesive and keep the recordings together, where each recording can basically be a short. Or I'll do something like, I'll do an ETB, where I'll do 3 packs, 3 packs, and 3 packs, and then that whole ETB can be a short. Adele Inspiron 3847 case. All right, I'm sure you put notes here. So you want the whole PC? Is that what you're trying to do? There's something I need to check out. And Chris, you might be interested in this. Last year at the Will.i.am party, I found myself in the booth after my phone died. Briefly met Will and Jason Derulo. Oh, that's cool. But didn't really bother them. I couldn't even take the picture if I wanted to. But I wasn't there for that or anything. I was just vibing. And then, like, how did I get here? That is a feeling that I get often at things like CES and Computex. 100%. Like, I went to a dinner. I was invited by someone at Asus. I wasn't invited by Asus. I was invited by someone who is with Asus, who I just happened to chat with for like an hour last Computex. And he was like, hey, we're having a small informal dinner with just a few friends. And there were a few big YouTubers there that I was like, yo, what's up? Hi. That aren't in my normal circle. Like, you know? I don't know if you saw, did you see this? Did you see what happened with this? Noble 7? I'm trying to trick my Osmo Pocket 3 into freaking out here. You didn't? Okay. 1 second. Revenge. Let me show this real quick. Maybe this was just on their Instagram, perhaps? Oh, nope. There it is. I appreciate that. I don't know why they didn't tag me, but it's okay. It's not like multiple people at LTT don't know who I am. Hell, I'm like talking with Colton about they're literally sponsoring a new series of mine. But it's okay. I can't be, Chris, what I'm saying is I can't be mad at LTT. They're literally sponsoring Pre-Built Rebuilt.
That we're going to give this prismatic screwdriver to the first person who recognizes us. We're at CES, brother. That was quick.
Hey, guess what? I still have your shaft.
Nice. And now this was not the intended outcome.
This is so sick.
You can find D-Brand skins at IamVeryShort.com. That we're going to give this prismatic.
I have my POV and a longer short of that on my channel and my Instagram. Oh, no, my Instagram, I got to repost it because I'm like an idiot. I posted it as a reel and not as a post. So it's not like, or it was a story. It went up as a story. So it's like gone. So I got to repost that. So yeah, the story of the shaft. That was day one. That was Tuesday. What a start for CES. So I thought that guy Linus Torvalds. No, it's Linus Torvalds is the guy who made Linux. This is Linus Sebastian from Linus Tech Tips. This is a different story. Chat's heard it a million times, but I'll tell you about it. This is the extension. This is a shaft extension. Mostly for the stubby, right? But it was, I think it was last CES or the one before it. I'm not sure, honestly. I think it was last CES. And I was just at the Asus booth, and I was finishing up some footage on the G700. I did a short on that. And I had on an LTT hoodie and the backpack, and Linus, of course, was like, nice hoodie. I was like, what's up, man? I had met him very briefly at LTX 2023. We talked for like 20 seconds. That was it. He had to go through the whole gamut of everybody who was there. So I was like, I'm not going to take up all your time. But I'm the pre-built guy. That's me. Whatever. So I was like, yeah, and I've always got this on me. And I pulled the stubby screwdriver out. And he was like, oh, no, hold on. So he goes to his backpack. He's like, this is how I get through customs and they don't take my screwdriver. He had the stubby. He put that on it. Now full screwdriver. I was like, I'd do that too if you weren't always sold out of the shaft extension. And he was like, here you go. Of course, I went into immediate mode of like, no. I wasn't trying to like ask for it. He was like, brother, I can get another one of these. I was like, that's fair. All right, give me that. So what I said to him next, though, is why he remembers that exchange. Because I said, we only talked for like 20 seconds at LTX, but even then, I knew one day you'd give me your shaft. And he freaking died laughing. It was great. He was like, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, man, that was great. That was great. Anyways, so now every time I see him, I ran into him at the tech mall in Taipei, and I was like, hey, I'm the guy to whom you gave your shaft. He's like, oh, yes. What's up? How's it going? And now every time I saw him. I didn't know he was giving me anything. I was like, still got your shaft. And he was like, well, this wasn't the intended outcome, but here. So in mine, I was like, we've come full circle. See, I like the way I say it because he gifted me something. He didn't shaft me. He gifted his shaft unto me, which is also just so wrong to say. But it's correct, literally correct. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Revenge, but okay. So you are trying to build a sleeper. So you said it was just for like one part. Earlier you said, right? Or did you say should upgrade from a 5600 and max out the AM4 platform? If I'm asking for your opinion on a single upgrade. Okay, that's not a single upgrade. That was a separate thing. Okay. So normally for this, okay, so that was a separate thing. This is a whole PC. Okay. This is for just gaming at 1080p. You're trying to build a sleeper. I got you. So there's a thing I wanted to look at. And I was talking to Chris. When I was saying, Chris, you might want to see this. I need to remember. I have a meeting with this company, with a co-founder of this company tomorrow. And this is build cores. So this is meant to be kind of like PC Part Picker with a twist. That is not going to work for your PC, unfortunately, because you have the Dell case, which I got to look up. The Inspiron 3847. Let's look that up real quick. I need to see if it's thin or not. Okay, no, it's fairly standard size. We don't need to go low profile on the GPU, right? The only thing about this is, can you even swap the motherboard with a standard ATX or MATX motherboard? I think in these, I think you used to be able to, and this is older tooling. So good. All right. What size motherboard can we do? Full ATX? I'll have to look at some images. MATX. That looks like MATX. Okay, yeah. I see 4 PCIe slots. I think MATX. Okay. So check this out. What this does is this isn't going to work for us, right? Some parts in this category have 3D models available. Look for the 3D icon in the bottom left of the part card to identify these parts. So let's say we're doing the X50 in white. Cool. We're not comparing. Hold on. This is a lot like, hold on, add case. This is new to me, all right? Add to build. There we go. Now, we are going to have an automatically, constantly updating actual 3D model of the build as long as we choose parts that have the 3D models. So if we go to a motherboard and pick a white motherboard, bam, there it is. Like, y'all don't even understand. They came up to me at the Bits Power Party And the co-founder was like, bro, you need to see this. You're going to love this because he knows what I do on stream. He's like, this is perfect for you. And we want to work with you. I'm like, yo, that's awesome. So, yeah, pretty freaking cool. Zintech, what's up? How's it going? So this just keeps updating. As long as the parts have 3D models, GPU, add part. Cool. Bam, add to build. Done. Look at that. So I'll let y'all know, cause you know when I stream on Thursday how it went, what we're doing, whether I'm working with them or not. I probably am going to. I mean, like, why wouldn't I? This is right up my alley. Who else does what I do on stream, where I literally help people pick the parts for their PCs or find pre-builts? This is not going to help with the pre-built side of things. But anyways, doing good, just relaxing. Nice to hear it. Relaxing is a necessary thing, which I think we don't prioritize enough. Let's go ahead and just do some of the building here. Why not? I don't know if they'd have an MATX motherboard. Let's find out. Micro ATX. Let's see how many of these have 3D models. We want AM4, right? That's what you've got. You're trying to see if you should upgrade from AM4. This will make it easier for PC builders to find out the theme or parts and how they look. It will, yeah. If I max out the AM4 platform, I guess I could move my 5600 to the sleeper. Okay, here's a question that I didn't ask you that I always ask, but I didn't ask yet. And I'm asking it now. What is the actual maximum amount of money dollars you can spend on your build? You pick the range of 500 to 1,000. That helps with my charts and stuff. But we need an actual solid number that you don't want me going over, at least not too much. But yeah, what are we aiming for? Not a range, just like 850, 900, whatever that number is. Yeah, that's the reason we're trying to use the hardware you have right now, because you're doing this now, which is like I would say this is the worst time to do it. We don't know that yet. We don't know what availability is going to be like in a couple of months. Probably about 600. Yeah, you're keeping as much hardware as you can. So what hardware do you have that you can use for this? Are you just migrating to the sleeper? Okay. Instead of telling me you got a spare GPU, tell me what GPU you got so I can see if I can toss it in here. I said it too, and yet I expect it's going to get worse. I hope I'm wrong, though. It's going to get worse. GTX 1650. All right. I doubt that they would have put in the work to put in a model of a 1650, but let's see. Yeah, it's not really sold much anymore. I know it is. Yeah. I mean, I'm just hoping here. Do you have RAM already? This is a reasonable question, and it's actually kind of a request. Please have RAM already. What site is this called? Buildcores.com. With an S. Buildcores. I needed that like a long time ago. Why have I had the music off this whole time? What am I doing? Sorry, I had the volume up on that because of the YouTube video. Well, no. This is a secondary PC. And if we're going deep, so you need a motherboard, right? Welcome back, by the way, Tech Grant. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm glad you like this. I met these guys at CES, and they seem really excited. Like, you can tell when someone's passionate about the project they're working on. And these guys are real excited about it. Let's see. Now, if it's B550, we got to sort by price, low to high. We got to come in as low as we can, but okay. The Mag Bazooka, solid board. This is just for gaming. You don't need a whack ton of USB ports or anything. But the mortar is about $11 more, $12 more. That is objectively a better motherboard. You ain't got to worry about something like trying to fit. What I would worry about is a regular IO or is an aftermarket IO shield going to fit into the Dell IO area there? It seems standard sized, but this way you don't need to click a IO shield in. It's built into the board. Let's do that for $12. Why not? Motherboards come with Wi-Fi 7 or Wi-Fi 6. We're looking at AM4. AC Wi-Fi is what we're looking at, not AX. You could always add in a Wi-Fi card if you need to. If you want. Now, the thing is, remember, a lot of people don't even have Wi-Fi 6 or Wi-Fi 7 routers from their ISP. Most people just use the hardware their internet service provider gives them or charges them for. And a lot of it's out of date. Oh, what did you say about Wi-Fi? You said, yes, you do need Wi-Fi, so that's got to be part of the deal. Thank you for the alert, Chris. I appreciate it, bud. I dropped by their booth, but they were busy. Oh, yeah. Well, I ran into them at the Bits Power Gathering, so my mom loved their pink case. Wait, who? What are we talking about? Build Core? I was talking about Build Cores. Maybe somebody else? Sorry, I might have mentioned another brand. Height? Is it Height you're thinking about? So let's say we want Wi-Fi included. There's one with Wi-Fi 6E, actually. So that's me being wrong. And that's the only one with Wi-Fi, huh? Well, damn, all right. And it's $100. We're at $40 for Wi-Fi. Cool. Let's take a look at this thing. How much do we have in terms of storage? One M.2 socket. Could have done with one fewer PCIe slot at least. Oh, no. Two M.2 sockets on this. Wow, that picture. I'm basically going to tell them tomorrow, for the fidelity you're getting on your 3D models, y'all's pictures suck. Please get pictures directly from manufacturer websites. That would be awesome. Because we have to look at something like a motherboard. If we don't want to have to go to the manufacturer website and look at a boring spec sheet, you can usually glance at a motherboard and see what's on the board once you learn how to identify these things. I would like to see a picture of the rear I/O. That's not included. But you do have the I/O shielding here. But the picture quality is not good enough for us to really determine anything based on that. Thankfully, motherboard's still not really affected by this, but we got to put something in here. So I guess if you need Wi-Fi, this is what we're doing. The thing is, if you're going to get a Wi-Fi card, that for a good one, that'll be like $30 anyway. So might as well have it integrated into the board. And MSI makes a damn solid motherboard. They do. And I lost all that. So that's cool. My bad. I got to figure out how to navigate this. B550 with Wi-Fi 6E and Bluetooth 5.2. Add to build. It's going to look terrible in here. Never put an M8TX motherboard in a full ATX case if you have any respect for yourself as a PC builder. Unless you really have no other choice. But the case we're talking about is an M8TX case, not the one we're looking at here. And I should honestly switch to a black case. Is that what this link does? Yeah, look at that. I should switch to a black case. Just let's pick M8TX. Get something close to... It's not going to be that close. We do want a sleeper-ish build. 382. Damn. All right, that's not normal. Whatever. Just pick a case, bro. Here. There. Even if it's NZXT, just do it. Okay. That gives you a better idea of what you're looking at. ITX and an ATX. Get out of get that right out of here. Now, I will say, if you we do still need to do our thermal take video. There's so much to put into a 3-minute video. Okay, so much. But I'm trying to do everything as shorts because more people see it that way. It does better, and that's better for my fragile, tiny little ego. Okay, my ego at this point is not strong. It needs everything it can get. With whatever's left of it, it needs views. It needs validation. So it's a 5600, you said? Okay, and you're not. I don't know if you're taking this out of your main build, but if you are, you can always get later on a 5700X 3D or something if it's for higher end gaming or whatever. You know, that's one thing I saw. I liked MSI and their like daughter boards on ITX Mobos to have one more full IO suite. Yeah, absolutely. And Shadowless Cerberus is rating with a party of 17. Let's go, nerds. That's what was supposed to be on the screen, but it wasn't. Thank you for rating with a party of 17 and trusting me with your community. Everybody, welcome in. Here we yell about computers and also sometimes rip Pokemon packs. Shanala, look what I got. Here, hold on. I'll help you out. Well, welcome, Raiders. Thank you all for joining. I'm Braythorn. I mostly do PC stuff, but I'm going to be starting a Pokemon-centric YouTube channel too pretty soon. Look at this. Look at this Audino card. It's the knit one. It's a knitted one. It is so cool. But then, of course, these Chinese Reggie Drago and Entei V cards. Look at these. Entei V. I shouldn't say it like that. Entei V and Reggie Drago V. Can you focus, camera? Thank you. I shouldn't say it's their V cards. It's just weird. But yeah, I got some Chinese packs. I mean, honestly, I'm going to get right back to it, Revenge. I'm sorry. I will. I promise. Look at the haul, though. Okay? Like... you saw some of this, right, on the live stream from the thing. Having a card show right after CES was awesome. Okay. And then Mega Dreams EX, 10 packs of that, and 15 packs of Chinese cards, 4 cards per pack. Lots of hits in these, because they don't like gambling over there. And same thing with Mega Dreams EX, of course. But that's the haul overall. You saw some of it, I know. Maybe, right? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. A lot of y'all were there for, like, it wasn't a lot of people that were in the stream, but a lot of y'all were there for, those who were there for a lot of that time. Oh, he went with the streamer cables. Nice. Very streamer of you, for sure. But, yeah, so I opened this. Let me show you where I got some of those cards from. I opened this thing that was in the mystery bag that had this, like, acrylic Lugia standee thing for, like, a desk or a display. And that had a couple packs in it. And it was... one of them had 20 cards. It was a Chinese pack with 20 cards in it. So this whole stack is just from those couple of packs. Also, I opened up this Black Bolt White Flare tin that I got for like 15 bucks for 2 packs. And that's where I got the Audino. I got the Audino from this tin that I got as a bonus because this was 85 and I was like, I had 100 and this was $20. I was like, can you just throw that in there? He was like, yeah, all right, sure. So there we go. That's from me just saying, can you just throw the tin in there? So already, that card show is paying off. After we finish helping out on this one here, on this PC, we're going to do a couple more. I just got to figure out what I'm going to do. But we got to finish helping Revenge first. But that's exciting that they're having you pick your cables. And I like that you're going with the Strimmer ones, because then you can still make them purple if you want. You know, objectively the best color and all that. All right. So if, let me see what you said. Yes. I think you said that was yes to you moving the 5600 over. Okay. Well, I was just talking about Pokemon cards for a little bit to Shanala. But Shanala, again, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I was hoping we would have some gold ones, but sadly, no. Oh, yeah. So they don't have everything when it comes to the colors, but getting the RGB cables is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Because then you can just do anything. Maybe the 57X3D is expensive. 5700X3D is expensive. It is, but it might not always be. And you might find a good, decent deal on a used one or something. CPUs can last a really long time. And they're also really durable, except that the 5700X3D is PGA, not LGA. So it's a pin grid array. It has the pins on the CPU. There could be issues with pins. You don't know. You got to verify something if that works first. That's a whole deal. Anyways. Let's say you're going to throw another 5600 in this. It'd be $162.99. That's not great for that, honestly. But hey. Let's see what GPUs are available. So here, of course, just like with PC Part Picker, you have a price slider. We're going to bring this way down. Uh, 3050, 6650 XT ain't bad, but I don't know if it's going to fit because it's a full triple fan card. Like a 6650 XT is going to beat the pants off of a RX 580. Who's selling an RX 580 for $230? So like the only downside to the 6650 XT is the size of the card. Right. You do have a placeholder card. Sure. Raise the price back up. I like the interface. So it's 9060 XT. You're going to want the 16 gig. And let's go price low to high. It's going to be a lot of 8 gig card. Oh, no. There you go. Now, this is a completely closed off PC. The aesthetics of the parts don't actually matter. It's a sleeper. Now, do you know what the lengthwise measurement of a GPU maxes out at for that case, for the 3847? Sleepers are complicated because of things like that. And then there might be a hard drive cage in there or something that you can remove. Yeah, there is. If you can remove the hard drive cages, that would be best. Because then you should be able to fit any GPU in there. Okay. Then I would say... Wait, I put price low to high. Why is this not going low to high? All right, yet another thing I got to bring up. That's good. That helps. Like, price sorting is absolutely critical for what I do. This is all mishmashed. This makes no sense. This is good right here, actually. $389.99. It's the 16 gig. We'll pick that. You said it's for later anyway, so we won't include that in the overall price. We're gonna go 16 gigs of RAM right now because it's DDR4. That's no problem, but the price is a problem. What the hell? Oh, it's 3000 CL16. 64 gigs for $46 does not make sense. There's no way. It's out of stock. Okay, that's another thing we got to talk about. I'll have to talk to them about how they're tracking stock and trying to keep the... Oh, okay, good. Now, I will say, compatibility filter seems to be doing its job. Okay, 16 gigs, DDR4 3200 CL16. That's your 10 nanosecond first word latency, which is required for this Ryzen CPU. Not required, optimized. 158.99. This one's 139.99. What's the difference? It's literally the same thing. So what you'll do is you'll just get another kit of this down the road. Or if you feel like it, just do 2 of them and have 4 sticks. That'll give you 32 gigs, but you don't need that necessarily if it's just for gaming, okay? Unless you're playing like Escape from Tarkov, because they don't know how to not have their game have memory leaks. But the thing is, I would figure out what the lowest price is. Let's see if it works here. Price low to high. And then we got to put our stuff in here. It actually did it this time. That's good. Capacity, let's just say 16 gigs for now. Wow, that's crazy. They need to refine this a little bit. $16 gigs, of course, DDR4. And we want to say 2 modules. That's weird. That's weird that it does that. So we can go DDR4 3600 CL18 or DDR4 3200 CL16. The overall effect is the same in terms of it equaling out to 10 nanosecond first word latency. That's where the sweet spot is and how you get one-to-one memory synchronization. If none of that means nothing to you, just trust me that it's correct. This shouldn't be that granular. It should just go to the popular speeds. But okay. I think if it's grayed out, it might be out of stock. Like, let's just take a peek. Out of stock, unavailable. Okay, so it's... No! Everything I did is gone. I'm pressing back, and it's like, okay, backing out of everything now. That's not cool. This is not the first time I've done that. I've done that a lot of times now. We want only in-stock stuff. So that's something you have to click on right there. I got to redo this. It's not great. It's not good. I don't like these things. It's... That's super stupid. But they're still developing it. It's okay. It's still a work in progress. So this should basically snap to like 3200, 3600, yada, yada, yada. And that shouldn't, this one over here shouldn't be able to go past that. Just in my experience, I should say. Okay, zoom back out. Well, how's about that? Igor 1980 just dropped a tier 1 sub. Let's go, nerds. How's it going, Igor? Welcome back. Thank you for the 22 months of support. Welcome back to the Swarm. It's that camera. Hi. How's it going, bud? Same for SSD size. That's funny. Okay. And you know what? That it's not okay. Low to high. Come on. You can do it. Okay. Oloy black. I've seen this used before. It's fine. Wait, this is 1x16. I guess I would need to put 2x8, but no, this is fine. This is fine right here. I've seen Oloy used before. It's fine. Let's just do that. You just can't be that picky with RAM. And if you want, still for like half the price of 32 gigs of DDR5, you could get 32 gigs of DDR4 if you want to go that route. What's up, Orc Chaos? How's it going? What's up, Link for Hunter? I hope you're doing well. And Tech Grant, thank you for the lurk, bud. Appreciate it. This is what's cool, though. This is like, I see the vision. I see it. I'm just wondering if you can do like put case fans in and position them however you want. That might be interesting. Okay, CPU cooler. You're gonna need one, so we'll just look for thermal right, and we'll go price low to high. 5600 is not hard to cool. See, that's not doing price low to high. All right, that's not doing it for me. Don't like it. But you should be able to fit the X120, the Assassin X120. I would be concerned about cooler height. I just don't know with that case, but it seems like a standard sort of depth. This should fit. If anything, you return the $17 cooler and we come back to figure it out. It's not small, but it should fit in that case. Yeah, AK400 is a good cooler, though. Should I just use the stock cooler that comes with 5600? Yes. Treat this as an optional thing. If you have other parts, by the way, usually the best time to tell me is now, or right whenever we start. But if you have storage, you don't need to get storage. Cool. If you don't need to get power supply, cool. I mean, system comes with one, but it's like. It's a Dell, like, 15-year-old power supply. Thinking about building PC with an AMD CPU this year. Can't really because of the RAM. That's literally everyone in this global situation. As long you just don't feel alone in that. I do have a 500 gig SSD, but not the NVMe. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's try to find a decent deal on a 1 terabyte because they're not great prices, but they're not going to get better, and they're not as bad as RAM is yet. So we're going to try for 1 terabyte if this thing will let me do it. Oh, my God. Okay, that's 36,000 gigabytes. What do you mean? Why is that part of the slider? Like, I dig the optimism. I do. And don't worry, guys. If any of y'all ever see this or hear this, this is how I treat anything that I'm looking at for the first time. I know it's a work in progress. We like to have fun around here. Must be an enterprise drive. No, it's a drive for the Enterprise. USS. All right, 1 terabyte. M.2 2280. PCIe 4.0 by 4. And then price low to high. And then this. Yeah, not the Kirk era. They were still using like tape drives back then. I thought my 13 was going bad, but it was the power supply that went bad. Well, yeah, just keep an eye on it, because as long as you have you kept up to date with the microcode and you didn't run it for too long on the original microcode, it might be okay. I don't think we can be super picky here. I'd like to put you on a drive that has... Wait, the 990 Pro is cheaper than the Performance Plus. I would actually go 990 Pro probably in that case. But it's $144. Damn it. That's gone up by like 45%. Almost 50, about 50%. Let's do an NV3. Even that's a little steep for an NV3. This was a $60 drive, bro. I mean, you get it while you can get it. And if it's going to be a difference of $20 to get something with onboard DRAM cache and just much like more consistent performance, though to be fair, I have tested the NV3 transferring large files. It does better than I ever expected it to where it did slow down, but not nearly as much as I expected it to. After a while, like it does slow down basically, but yeah. Yeah. I think between the Inland Performance Plus and the 990 Pro, $5 can make a big difference in a $600 budget. Okay. We have to remember, guys, don't forget the GPU is not part of the final amount spent right now. That's a for later thing. Though, to be clear, you might not be able to buy that GPU later for like a year and a half or something. I'm making sure you understand that. This is a situation where you do whatever you got to do to get whatever you need right now, because we're barreling into a global RAM, storage, and GPU shortage. Those are your three priorities right now. But, you know, I'd say go for the 990 Pro. I've used it plenty of times. It's a solid drive. And it's $20 more than the NV3. That, I think, is one benefit of this situation, is that it's going to push you to spend a little bit more, but you get way more performance from that. Where do you see that link for, Hunter? I don't see any drives for $100 here. And if you're basically telling me, oh, well, I bought one for $100. Okay. You have to understand, we're getting so many people who say, just a couple months ago, I bought this for that much. We know it's established, not helpful information. I've been talking about this situation for a couple of months. We know. Hey, stuff's more expensive. Cool story, bro. All right. You can choose to do whatever you like here. You'll do fine with an NM790, okay, for $117. Save yourself the $30. Well, $28. But the consistency of performance that you get from something with onboard DRAM cache, it's pretty nice. So, up to you. Does it matter in gaming that much? Not a super amount, you know. But if we look here, we are at about... We're over budget. But that's including a case you're not going to use. Wait, if I delete the case, does the whole thing fall apart? It does. Whatever. It's fine. Oh, you got to sign in to set up custom price preferences. That's fine. I'm going to have an account for this 100%. PSU. These are rumored to be about to start going up in price. Now, for something like a 9060 XT, 16 gig, you're going a little over what it really requires if you go with like a 750 watt. That's overpowered. But it does give you room to grow without having to swap out your whole power supply. No option for I have my own case. No, the whole thing about this site is to put together the entire PC. So it's just that this is like a Dell case. They're building a sleeper, so that's not on the list. Do they have Montech here? They do. This is insane. Look at this. Look at this. This Century 2 power supply scores so freaking high. It gets an A on the PSU tier list. And it is cheaper than like anything else. Seriously, the MSI, which is usually the MSI A850G whatever, or A750G. So basically a 100 watt weaker power supply was like $110 or something, $105. This is $90 for 850 watts with an A rating. And I don't remember what the cybernetics rating is. It should say here if I can even read it. A platinum cybernetics rating. Platinum. This is a steal. Don't steal it. So I got an X out of this. I cannot press the back button. It undoes everything I did. Basically, what the CX750M is $60 right now. It's fully modular. It's Corsair. Grab that then. You can grab that. That's fine. I'll see if they have it here for that price. Let's find out. I don't know what its rating is on the tier list. It's easy to get to. I can check that. I deleted the storage. Okay. There. That's the one. You can go with like $30 cheaper on the storage. Don't forget that. So this is a semi-modular. You said it's fully modular. So, and a C+, listen, you can skimp out some on certain parts. This part is responsible for powering your entire system. It's also not fully modular. It's semi-modular. That's not a big deal except for the fact that the case you're looking at doesn't hide your power supply or the cables anywhere. So being able to attach fewer cables is nice. Fully modular is better. And going from a C+ to an A rating and 100 watts more and a platinum cybernetics rating for $20. 20, 25, $30. You already know about that one. I'm putting the Montech in there. Because you already know about that other one. I'm not telling you what to buy. But I really like this. This is really good. Yeah, so the other one's $60. This is $90. It's $30 difference, but the ratings are insane. Like the rating difference is insane. On the tier list, cybernetics, 100 watts more, fully modular, and it's going to look clean in that build. Not that that matters, but you're going to look at that. I don't know. It even matches like the steel type interior of this case, which for those who I haven't really shown this, but this is basically what we're working with. Okay. This is just out there. How much cleaner is that going to look in there? Show the full picture. That's going to look so clean in there. Not just because of the aesthetic of the power supply. It's an internal component. No one else is going to care. But you can store cables here, by the way. Like right in here. So yeah, it's going to look really clean. IMO. So it's just like the storage. If what you need to do is get the lowest cost part you can, do that. No judgment here. I'm just recommending this for that reason. How well rated it is, the awesome price, the expandability later. You could put a 5070 Ti on this with no issues. Even a 5080 later if you want like an insane sleeper down the road, right? What's the total cost without GPU? I can't do anything with the price. Just subtract $390. About $700. No. About $600. Hey, $390 is almost $400, right? So we're at about $615. $620. Look what we did. Look what we did. That's with a cooler you might not need. The one thing is a 16 gigs of RAM. There are certain games that might struggle with that. Most games won't at 1080p. Okay? You should be fine. We have a pretty solid motherboard here with good Wi-Fi in it, Wi-Fi 6E and Bluetooth 5.2, and a CPU. A CPU that you were talking about moving over. So remove that price from it. We did real good, as you might say. Remember, that's $163 you might not need to spend if you're just going to move a CPU over. So why don't we remove the CPU? Because you can search for that. You got that. And we're now at 842 minus 390 is going to be 552. 552. That's without the GPU. Okay, 552. I guess I was off on the price by $100. Sorry, I was off by $100. We were at like 720 with a CPU you didn't need. That's cool, Vaquero. Very cool. A small community like that's really cool when you just want to find some people to game with and all that. That's pretty fun. And of course, that can also grow as well. I will say sometimes having a growing Discord server can be a little stressful, but it is very cool. So here's the most important thing. I need to be able to share this build with you. Here, I'm going to switch over here. I'm just trying to find where I saved the build. I mean, I can just link it to you. A small community playing in my games with. That was a goal set a year ago now. Server laid empty for months. Just came over the Christmas break. Got some people in. Very cool. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I have like chat or I have voice channels in my Discord. We like almost never use them. I used to use them when I was doing things like GTA 5 or GTA Online streaming and stuff like that back when I gamed more and did multiplayer games, but it's just I don't do that anymore. That might change, honestly, with the Pokemon content. because I got some plans. Soul Link Nuzlocke and things like that. That's going to be fun. No problem, Revenge. Let me know how it turns out. Put it in the Rigs channel of the Discord so we can see what it looks like. But that is the stroke of midnight right there. Right on time. There we go. I think that's it. I don't think anyone said they put in a form or anything. So we're going to call it a night there. Let's go ahead and drop a raid for Whomst. Whomst shall we raid? Let's go to... Let's raid Has Agent. Haven't raided Has Agent for a while. Bray, before you go, got a question for you. What's up? I had a thing for you too, actually. But go on. I was thinking it'd be good to have a checkbox to tick once I have put a card in the binder, just for me to know, yeah, it's in the binder. It's there. I started hearing about wireless peripherals like 9 years ago. It's a construct. Times a construct means nothing. Oh God, we're all old. Wireless mice and keyboard were kind of looked down upon because of input latency and stuff. Is it still the case nowadays? Not really, no. I mean, in a way, I mean, if you're up on the stage, if you're an actual pro gamer, you use a wired mouse usually. But with something like mice that have things like 8K polling rates, large dongle, things like that, some that'll be like really, they have extenders that sit it really close to your mouse, you're usually fine. Anyway, I'll message you about any changes, potential changes to the database thing. But yeah, okay. Let's drop a raid for Has Agent. Haven't raided Has in a while. Who's playing Binding of Isaac? If you don't like, I don't know. I keep things really clean here. I usually don't cuss, stuff like that. No, other streamers don't impose the same restrictions upon themselves that I do. So if you're, this is always a rule when we raid, if you're sensitive to, coarse language or violent video games, things like that. Who knows where I'm raiding? Things like that can be a thing. If that bothers you, I totally understand. But I ask that for those who don't mind, stick with me for the next 60 seconds. Even if you got to go, say something nice to our friend that we're raiding. And that's going to be it for tonight. I'll see y'all on Thursday for more. Until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!